3, 2, 1, and go.
Titus, provisioning Maramak and Vulria for their trip to Karemwin has taken you significantly longer than you'd originally intended. Mostly, in fact, due to the insistence of Maramak that he doesn't need to rely on the rations of the small folk, but instead he will hunt for sustenance along the way. And he would hear nothing to the contrary of this for a good 6 hours. You did finally manage to get him to concede to at least take, some dried meats as rations, but by the time you'd packed both of them off, it was too late to really pursue your colleagues into the wilderness. So, on waiting for the coming sunrise, you set out on horseback to the location that Rainier had kind of directed you to, and using both your own skills in tracking and tips you've picked up from Iron Tooth along the way. It doesn't take you too long to pick up the tracks where the rest of the party veered off the main road. So you follow these tracks down a increasingly narrow path running parallel to a river. And it's about noon when you come to a bit of a ravine with quite a decrepit-looking old wooden bridge spanning its width. Across from you can see what looks to be the remains of a stone fortification of some description. But as you draw closer to the bridge, you notice that two of the wooden cross slats in the middle are stained a very deep crimson, and there are a handful of platinum coins in the middle of that stain. But you find no sign of your companions.
Titus looks off the edge of the cliff and just yells in, "Hello! Hello!"
The waters below are quite rapid, and you can see the tips of the swell is kind of white and foaming. The river's got a lot of energy at this point, but
so there's a decrepit old building and stuff?
There's this bridge, and then there looks to be a stone fortification on the far side from when you've come.
Will the bridge be able to hold my weight?
It looks like it would do, yeah. It's quite a robust thing, even if it is fairly old.
I'm going to really carefully go over to the bloodstain then.
Okay, so Titus, you put your weight on it, and there's a little bit of creak in the wood, but it holds without flexing too much. It's a fairly sizable bridge. You reckon the span must be closing on 60 feet or so. But as you make your way carefully to the middle and approach this stain, you can see that a lot of blood was shed here. Someone or something has clearly died on these planks. But you find 4 platinum coins resting on the slats around this stain.
Do they just look like normal coins?
They do, yes. Blood-stained, but normal coins.
Oh, I'm going to pick them up.
Mm-hmm. So add those to your inventory.
I know that Torek gets excited when he sees ones that are this colour. I don't know why. But it seems to mean something. Okay.
Did I just learn what 4 was when downtime?
No, it's still some. It's still just some, but I know that...
Just for the sake of adding to his inventory and all that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you pocket those, and yeah, you think to yourself that this is a lot of blood to have been shed on these bridge planks.
Can I tell what type of creature it was?
Wrong investigation.
Five.
Well, you suspect, but it was probably one of the sort of creatures that bleeds. So it rules out skeletons and undead, as far as you're
Okay.
aware.
That's good. Are there any signs of the party the other side of the bridge?
You can't really see what's up ahead other than this castle. It's kind of the dominant feature.
I'm gonna ready my shield and battle axe, and start my way towards the decrepit castle.
Okay. So as you make your way towards it, the stone comes into a sharper focus, and you can see that this clearly hasn't been maintained for a while. You've got a few kind of pioneer species of vines and various mosses in the brickwork, but you come around to the side of it where a kind of staircase rises up the side of the castle to an almost portcullis-like entrance halfway up the wall. As of yet, still no sign of anyone or anything.
No tracks, no.
There are a few tracks. You recognise them as roughly humanoid. You make out possibly 4
Okay.
leading up these stairs.
I'm gonna go up it.
Okay, so Titus, you ready your axe and take a kind of careful approach to the top of the stairs. Just surprised the portcullis is actually open.
Is there anybody up on the battlements to trap me in?
You cast your glance upwards, but the roof and the battlements seem to be unmanned.
What's through the portcullis?
So, as you stick your head inside, Titus, you can see that there's a corridor leading to the right. And as you cast your glance down there, you see lying face down in a pool of blood a dead dwarf in a robe of sorts. You can now start to hear the kind of shuffling of footsteps and the general sound of activity.
I'm going to. Is the dwarf one of the clan that Alistair is?
You can't really tell. His robes are quite plain. Doesn't have any sigils or markings that would distinguish him as a member of any order.
I'm going to sort of run over to him and just check him to see if he has anything that would give him away.
So, Titus, you approach the dwarf and kick him over onto his back with your foot. You recognise him as the dwarf who was present in the arena in Powald.
Shit.
In the ladies' commentary box.
Right.
By now, you've kind of got to the end of this corridor, and you can tell that there's movement very close by.
I'm going to try and get close enough to hear it, but remain hidden.
So you can kind of make out, not really words, but there's kind of fairly hurried conversation going on. You've narrowed the source down now to a series of doorways. The first one, which you're kind of hiding behind, leads out onto a kind of an area with a staircase that must go onto the roof and the battlements. But you can hear the noises are really coming from the door past that, leading into a as yet unknown area of this castle.
Can I understand what they're saying?
The stone and the wood of the door are muffling words from being too distinct, but you can kind of hear fairly, it's normalish conversation. It doesn't seem to be what you would register as either panicked or, otherwise distinguishable as something of interest to you.
Okay. I'm gonna head to where I can hear more activity. Then I'm not gonna go in there.
Okay. Tris, roll me a perception.
Oh god, overshot that a bit. Um, 15 perception. So that's 19.
So you're tending to Rainier. You're kind of fixing up some more permanent bandages when you hear the creak of a door being accidentally nudged outside of the room you're in.
Can I see anything from where I'm at?
No, the door is closed. You just know the sound came from beyond that.
Okay. Just bear with me a second. I'm gonna mage hand from where I'm at and use it to push the door open a bit further.
Okay, so Titus, as you make your way towards this door, axe at the ready, you see it start to open out towards you.
Titus goes running in. Oh!
Titus, the scene you see in front of you is one of a party in a fairly sorry state. You can see that Tris and Torek are kind of bent over quite worse for wear Rainier, who is kind of flickering in and out of consciousness. You can see Havel's kind of sat in a corner, nursing some pretty serious-looking wounds. Ruland's not looking amazing, but you can see his robes have blood stains from several lacerations on his chest, and he's having a chat with Braxton, who again is looking like he's really been in the wars. You can see that his armor's got a whole series of fresh scrapes and dents. But as you burst through, you come face to face with Triss's outstretched palm. A sight you suspect many enemies have seen moments before their demise.
Yeah. Oh, what happened? Are you okay?
Oh, Titus, it's good to see you. I think all of us are a little bit worse for wear, but nothing that won't fix.
What happened here? There was a dwarf from up the world outside. He was having a long sleep.
Yeah, the longest sleep. Thankfully, we came across a bit of a situation. They killed Rainier, or they tried to kill. Well, they did kill Rainier, and then who was it that actually brought her back in the end?
That was Torek.
Good old Torek.
Oh shit! How did he do that?
Torek knows Revivify.
I do know
What?
Revivify, yeah.
Holy
Thank
shit!
God.
Also, a funny fact, Revivify is a touch spell, so I could cast it through my homunculus. So,
Dude.
while I
Shit.
was casting Revivify on her, I was also slaying the demon that the dwarf summoned. Again.
You're also very pinned against the wall from a demon.
Yeah, but guys used to getting pinned against walls, so it's fine.
God,
Also
damn.
by demons.
God fucking damn it. So I come in and I close the door behind me and and barricade it with whatever I can find.
Sure. So you managed to find a couple of old bits of furniture. There's a study not too far, and you have no real trouble in lifting the desk into place against the door.
So what now?
Torek, Titus, we probably would be fine being able to go back in and out of that door. They're all dead.
Oh!
And as she says this, Titus, you kind of notice for the first time now the initial alarm has kind kind of receded a little bit, but there are a couple of bodies that have been dragged up against the far wall. They seem to be mostly elves and half elves, but no, they look to you strikingly like a mercenary company of some sort, judging by the kit.
Well, good job then. I'm sad I missed the fight.
You know how it is. We'll find something else before long, I'm sure.
The damn
Going
shame
on.
you weren't there, honestly. You would have been damn useful. Would everyone excuse me? After Titus's dramatic entry, I need to go to the lavatory, sort something out.
Everything okay, Tarek?
I may have had an accident.
Okay. You take care of that.
I get anxious when I run out of spell slots.
Yeah, so Torek kind of limps off to find somewhere to relieve himself. You notice, Titus, as he passes you, that the kind of ends of his mustache, beard, and hair are singed slightly. That's probably a story for another time. But yeah, Triss, you kind of go back to tending for Ania, and whilst Torek has stabilized her, whatever was in that syringe is potent stuff, and you can see that she is like flickering between consciousness and just being passed out. The painkiller meds have really taken their hold on her, but you're fairly confident that she's in no danger. But it's unlikely that she's going to be able to travel for a while, at least.
Can I do a medicine check to see if I can sort of help speed up that process using some of my or all of my remaining lay on hands pool?
Yeah, sure, roll it for me.
That's just a straight 7.
So Braxton, you kind of take a look under this bandage, and you can see that the wound has coagulated. It still looks like it's a fairly tentative fix. It hasn't started to scar over yet. You're a little bit cautious, but any sudden jolts or movement that you might associate with horseback riding could cause this to open. So that's where you focus most of your efforts.
Yeah.
And whilst you've obviously used a fair amount of this previously, you've got just a little bit of juice left in it. And as you lay on hands, you start to kind of feel the skin around the very extremities of this wound knitting together. It's not a full fix, and she's probably still going to need a bit of time to convalesce before she really is properly ready to travel. But you reckon it's now counted in hours rather than days.
That should help speed things up, but she's in no rush to get going, I assure you.
We might as well stay here for a bit then. I assume that there won't be anyone descending on us anytime soon.
Perhaps not, but probably worth setting up some sort of watch.
Yeah, I can take first.
I think we've lost you there, Pascal.
Oh, can you hear me?
Well, I am in good health. Why don't the rest of you rest?
That is very kind, Titus.
So I'm going to set up clairvoyance outside the door.
Right. Okay.
Which would be, one of my ancestors sort of guarding the door outside, and I can sort of see through it just for the next 10 minutes, just to sort of keep an eye out, make sure no one's coming in, and then
I think it's an hour. 10-minute cast, 1 hour duration.
That does sound familiar.
Yes.
Okay, so Titus, you set about summoning your spirit bouncer and take a position on the inside of the door. You can see this section is pretty easily defensible. The stone walls are thick. The door you're now guarding is the only ingress point that you can work out, and it gives the others enough room to properly lie themselves out and catch some sleep. The kind of study area is quite large and does have a hearth, so a fire can be lit and can provide a bit of comfort. Okay, so if everybody's taking a short break, I imagine you'll be wanting to use some hit die.
Possibly.
Yes,
What do you have my HP as, Chris? Because I don't think I updated it after.
I have you on 15 at the minute.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I thought for some reason I hadn't.
Yeah, for a
damage to the last bit, which sounds about right.
For a sense of completeness, I've got Tarek on 11, Triss on 30, and Braxton at 54.
I'm gonna go batshit insane and use half of my die.
Mm-hmm.
The hell did you throw at these guys?
Well, you can't hit an nail on the head with that.
Oh, I get it.
It's all right until the demon got summoned.
Yeah, that couple. I think one of the big things that made a difference in that fight was it was kind of 3-dimensional, with like half of you on the roof, half of you kind of in the building, and only like one choke point way to get between the two. With the Havel sandwich taking up that staircase.
Kind of sandwich.
Okay, cool. So
I'll find my hit
if you want to make it should be the level, and then so your level, that's how many you get, and just make how many you use. So 37 to Havel. Okay.
Get D10s.
Ooh.
52. That puts you on. Doesn't it?
That's nice. That's a lot better.
A bit more respectable. I don't know if paladins are. I want to say D10s, but I'm not entirely sure.
D10s, yeah, I found it now.
Cool.
So I'm going to use. I use 3 hit dice.
Okay. Number 18.
Nice. And then plus con mod, right? So is that plus 21?
Yes, actually, you do get your con for that as well. Okay.
I'll take 3.
So, Jace, do you want to add your con modifier to what you've just rolled up?
All of 0.
All of 0. Okay.
So
9 HP to Triss, and whatever your con is.
Also 0.
Also 0. So 39, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I don't know if guys actually gone to blue or whether he's.
No. I'm actually here. That was a really funny transition.
He's in the
I
in-game.
was just wondering whether that was an excuse.
Oh, man, I needed to pee at the start of the session as well. I don't need to anymore. I've sat down, so maybe later.
Cool. So I'm presuming you're going to want to burn some hit dice at 11 HP.
God, yeah, I'm thinking like 6 or 7. I'm gonna do 7.
Sure. Big boy rolls.
Because I like to live. Instead of crosses of just binary of stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool, so that'll be 38 health recovered.
I wanted to watch
38.
him roll 7 and get like fucking 15 from it or something stupid like that. That would have been great.
Yes, 7 ones.
Okay,
What are the
so
odds?
a much more respectable 49. All right, so Titus, you kind of take your guard for an hour, and you got to keep your ears open for anything that's going to give away the signs of possible intruders. You know, the scraping of boots on stone flooring or the creaking of hinges. But you hear nothing, and your spirit guardian detects no presence. But you can kind of tell that your friends here are pretty grateful for you taking watch. Most, if not all of them, managed to grab at least half an hour of shut-eye. Torek, you start to wonder perhaps maybe the one-size-fits-all dosage of anesthetic you put in that homunculus might need to be tweaked a little bit, given Rainier's reaction to it seems to be fairly dramatic.
Yes, must account for gnomish chemical resistance.
But that being said, she does start to kind of breathe a lot steadier. There's less fits and convulsions. So you keep a watchful eye on her, but it does seem like now she is just sleeping rather than being passed out. But you think that if somebody were to ride with her, she could probably be moved. Not at pace, mind, but a steady trot, you'd be able to transport her.
Not a bad step up from being dead.
But yeah.
Although, yeah, I have used a lot of resource in that fight. And sadly, with a short rest, I don't think I can change infusions over. So, yeah, Titus, those buffs that I gave your shield, I actually stripped off and used them for repairing Homie.
That's cool.
So, yeah, with that taking place, Torek, you are a little bit thin on the ground for spell slots, but you've still got your newly furbished homunculus, so you're not completely out of tricks. Okay, so by now it's getting on for evening time. You guys know the way back. It's not a massively far distance until you hit a fairly well-traversed road. You reckoned if you were to use kind of this rest as a bit of a springboard to perhaps ride through some of the night, you'd be able to return to Weirden probably just before midnight or so.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like that would fit the bill.
Okay, so after Titus unbars the door, you guys manage to move Rainier pretty easily. Titus and Braxton, between the two of you, she's not very heavy at all. Managed to make a fairly makeshift stretcher out of that table that Titus had been using as a barricade, and it's keeps her nice and still as you move her to the bridge and across to where you left the horses. So she is going to need to ride with somebody to make sure that no harm comes to her.
I would take her, but she's probably better with someone a little bit stronger, just in case something does happen. Is there anyone who would be alright with going with her?
Yes, I shall take her with me.
Thank you.
So Braxton, the kind of the way of transporting wounded on horseback is something that you've had a small amount of experience with before in your military days. The handling of a horse isn't too much more different or more difficult. You just tend to have to take it a bit slower. But that being said, Rainier is again quite a slight build, so it's a lot easier than trying to transport an armored man at arms. So as you mount the horse and have Titus lift her up in front of you on the saddle, it's quite easy to keep a firm grip of the reins. So cool. As you guys get going, the forest is fairly quiet. There's a bit of a din further in. You can't really make out specifics, but you travel back up the side of a ravine, the path that you previously took, being fairly simple to discern in the moonlight. And even at a slightly slower pace than you might have otherwise gone, the trip doesn't take too long before you're back to a more, should we say, heavily traversed section of the road, and you can see in the distance the lights from the houses of Werden gradually growing larger. The roads are empty. You don't even pass any merchants camping for the night. Most people are, they're not fools. They don't tend to venture out on the night unless they really have to. So the guards are a little bit surprised to see such a big group arriving at pretty much midnight, but they let you pass all the same. So I'm guessing you guys are probably going to head back to the tavern that you've largely been staying in beforehand.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
see us doing much different under the circumstances.
Yeah. Wasn't Rainier at the same tavern?
She was, yes.
Yeah, perfect.
That was kind of where she ran most of her cons, and is a pretty well-known figure there. So, cool. So you leave the horse at the stables, and Braxton, you carry Rainier on your shoulders. To the passing eye, it probably just looks like you're taking home a friend who might have had an ale or two too much. It would take a more attentive eye to probably work out that she was so gravely wounded. But you make your way to the tavern, and you see there's actually pretty much deserted now. There's only a few of very seriously devoted patrons left at the bar. You've got a couple slumped across various tables. But the barkeep recognizes you now. You've been staying with him for a while now in various stints, so he's getting pretty familiar with you guys. So he kind of waves and doesn't pay too much attention. So you managed to get Rainier up to her bed without any undue attention being drawn to yourselves.
Okay. So we've got her up to her bed, basically, yeah?
Yeah. You've taken her to her lodgings. And she's at a point now where you think she probably is going to be all right and isn't going to need the constant surveillance to keep her going. Her breathing's now a lot more rhythmic and deep than it was originally. The whatever it was that Torix put in her seems to be having a good effect on the internal injuries.
We still should probably make sure that she's okay in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
So as you guys go and kind of settle her in, Rulin bids a good night to you and heads off for his room. a red leather-clad book tucked under his arm.
I guess we should all rest, unless anyone is in need of a drink before we sleep. Looking at Havel.
Nah, Havel's too tired for this shit.
Can we just go and
Titus
check
is
Havel's
very
temperature?
Surprised.
Titus is very concerned what's gotten into everybody and why they're so tired, but he's just sort of gonna let it be and head to bed.
Okay. So yeah, you guys, you're gonna get the full benefit of a long rest now, being in a properly furnished tavern, away from the dangers of the wilds. So go ahead and take those long rests.
Wonderful.
It feels good.
Every time we
Right.
take a short rest, quickly followed by a long rest, I feel this like sigh of relief that we haven't yet had to properly.
It's one of those things where even if I know I'm not going to spring an ambush on you, I can't just say, you may as well take a long rest, because where's the fun in that? I like the suspense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was fully expecting. I was looking through my items. Okay, what can I substitute as my spells? I got some. I got some rope. I got some.
Got some rope. I've got some blue tack, and I have 4 cocktail sticks.
And
I
a
was actually
drink.
thinking, could I use the rope as a sling and sling that flask of mercury at someone?
Just having this sling that is just massively too big for you.
Yes. About 40 feet too big.
Just give you 2 turns for you to whistle a trebuchet or something. But anyway, yeah, you guys are going to get a full rest. So you wake up in the morning. Trispy, the first thing you do is go and check on your friend. And as you kind of open her door tentatively, you're kind of relieved to see her kind of sitting up in her bed.
Oh, thank God, Rainier, I'm so sorry.
Oh, Tris, what happened? I think I fainted. Well, wait, where are we? Where are we?
Things didn't go very well. We've brought you back to the tavern. We're back in town. Yeah, it didn't go well. Thankfully, one of our guys here is quite handy at the healing. You took a bit of a hit, and I don't think you're going to be feeling it yourself for a little while.
She kind of puts a hand over her stomach where the dagger wound was, and says, "I'd thought that that wasn't a dream. But what about the book? What about the payments? What happened with all that?"
The payment was mostly a ruse. There was some coin. I don't actually know what happened to the rest of it. It wasn't a priority. They tried their best to kill us, but we got the better of them. Yeah, it was some seriously bad guys who wanted that book. So we've done well, but it was just a bit harder than we were expecting, really.
She kind of nods a bit, takes this in, and well, that's a shame to hear. So much for my escape plans, but the sounds of it, I'm lucky that you were all there. Wouldn't like to think what happens if I'd actually gone alone.
The offer to come and join us is still open, even with everything that's happened. But I understand if you want to take some time to mull that one over.
Well, from my brief taste of your life, Tris, I don't really think I'm all too cut out for it. But no, I think I'm going to have to stay here a little bit longer, make a little bit more coin. But I'll keep my ear to the grounds for any more strange goings on like this. Well, I think I owe you that much, especially if there are going to be problems for you. I'll I'll do my best to listen out for anything.
You don't owe me anything, but it would be vastly appreciated if you do hear something.
Where am I to send the messages?
That's a good question. I need to see whether any of my guys have some way of contacting you at distance. If not, send it to Care Enwyn, and I'll get it eventually.
Right, okay. Well, thank you again, Triss.
It's okay, Rainier. Sorry about how badly things turned out.
Well, you did warn me.
Didn't intend for it to go so badly wrong.
Well, when do we ever intend for it to go badly wrong? But we have a bit of a knack, you and I.
I feel this isn't the first time we've had this conversation.
It's the first time that I've done it with a stab wound. I'll say that much.
Let's try and make it the last two.
I'll drink to that when my liver starts working properly again.
Yeah, don't rush that drink.
So she kind of giggles and gives you a bit of a smile, but you can tell that she's fairly appreciative of being in one piece.
I'm gonna skedaddle back and find the others.
So the others are kind of downstairs when you reach them, setting up for the day with a nice healthy breakfast. Havel, you kind of tuck into a lovely piece of toast, only to find that it tastes distinctly of yellow, which, as it happens, tastes like sawdust.
Wonderful. Not nice.
So who's wearing the floral perfume then?
I'd forgotten about that.
That's yes. Also, the tavern does smell distinctly of lavender as you sit down, Triss.
What?
You wouldn't get it, Chaz.
You get cheers. You won't dare.
This is an in-joke for the cool kids who come to my sessions.
God fucking damn it.
Yeah, so Havel, it's a fairly disappointing breakfast, and you really do have to force yourself to kind of get it down, and it takes you a bit longer than it might otherwise, but beggars can't be choosers.
So is that every colour yellow will now taste like sawdust?
Yep, yellow. The colour yellow now tastes like sawdust.
Just yellow. Right.
Just yellow.
What?
Are you okay? Havel, you seem a bit off this morning.
Havel's just like, yeah, I'm fine.
I don't know why.
Even he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. But he's had worse in his mouth, so it's fine.
Don't really know how to follow something up like that, really.
Oh,
No.
is she awake? I point upstairs.
Yeah, she's okay, all things considered. Not gonna come and join us, but
I'm gonna take out the napkin from under my neck and just toss it over my half-eaten meal. It sinks into the soup. See her immediately. She's the first person I've brought back to life. Tremendous.
yeah, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead.
By the way, did you search her?
No, should I have done?
I mean, she might have the rest of the payment.
Havel's the one with the bag of coins.
Yeah, Rainier was in no position to take anything.
Yeah, I figured as much. I just got the impression that there was some of it missing.
No, it was it stones underneath?
So the bag contained most of it was stones, and then there was a top layer of platinum coins to the tune of about 3,000 golds worth to kind of cover the rest of it, but far shy of the original sum of 15 grand you'd been promised.
Titus is Titus is trying to pay for breakfast while this is going on, and he's counting out. the platinum coins in his hand.
So,
One, some.
The barkeep is kind of standing there, trying his best to keep a poker face. He likes you guys, but his financial sensibility is telling him that if the Goliath wants to pay with platinum coins, then he is not going to stop him.
Havel, would you just help Titus out over there?
Yeah, sure. It's gonna look over and be like, "What the fuck? Jesus, man! When did you get that?"
And this on the bridge when I come. These are silver coins.
Yeah. Right. Pass them here, and I will be your financial advisor, my friend.
Oh, like and
Does the
he's all
barkeep
upset.
cry?
So you,
What I'll do is I'll add them to the bag that we'll split later, and then
Okay.
just pay for breakfast out of.
Okay, so you cough up 5 silver pieces, much to the disgust of the barkeep, who is you could kind of see on the brink of tears.
You have a lot of silver coins.
Don't worry, Titus. We'll give you some when we get back to Cairn.
I love Havel, the financial advisor. Just bad news, the market's down. Good news, it's a good time to buy, Titus.
Just all his investments are just like spirits that he plans to age, but they never make it past 2 weeks in his cellar. Okay, so you guys pay up and settle the bill. So Tark, you go and see Radir and any particular questions, I guess, or you're just gonna have a chat with her.
Yeah, I think I'd basically just be doing a checkup. I'll probably get her name wrong first, quote unquote, on purpose, just to make sure she remembers it.
Yeah.
Probably ask her like if she remembers anything. But doing like dwarf gnome things like, shining a lighter in her eye and stuff,
Squat and
maybe
cough.
hammer to her knee for like no reason, just to seem busy while I basically quiz her, like see if my first revival went smoothly.
Okay, cool. Roll me a medicine.
Awesome. This is going to be awful.
Titus kills her. Titus. Sorry.
Well, hey, 15 actually.
Okay, so as you give her the checkup and carry out your tests, you can kind of assess that she's physically doing pretty well. The cocktail of coagulants and anesthetic don't seem to have had long-term effects on her neurological responses. The nerves in her toes and fingers are reacting to the stimuli as you would expect. Quick glance at the kind of entry wound on her stomach does start to show scarring now, which has been sped up a little bit by Braxton's efforts and Triss's bandaging. Mentally, she seems to be pretty much all there. She's missing the events from kind of walking onto that bridge to waking up in her bed, but it's kind of to be expected. The trauma that really she's been through doesn't seem to have had any particularly strong lasting effects, and you wonder and theorize potentially that might be that she hasn't really processed the fact that she had in fact died.
Yeah. And I think upon realization of this, Torek would be like, just kind of like bring it to her attention as well. Just be like, well, I've just taken down the notes, and I would say you're doing pretty damn well for someone who was, dead for 30 seconds.
You get a nervous laugh in response to that, but the prognosis that she's doing well seems to be the bit she focuses on there. And with no real memory of it, you suspect she's probably going to be okay.
That is good. Like in the academy, I hear stories of people getting brought back from the dead and having like horrible visions and nightmares and all sorts of nasty stories. So, say this is I think I aced the test, don't you? Yeah, Torik's gonna be a little big-headed and just be like, yeah, "Now you get plenty of sleep and rest up," and like just stroll down the stairs with the fattest fucking head he's ever had.
Yep. So you go downstairs, and although she was, in a bad way, you've clearly kind of set her back on a path to a pretty normal life, you reckon. And you wonder, what the effects would have been if you'd been, say, 20, 30 seconds later to the administration of the syringe full of chemicals. But maybe that's an experiment for another day.
Yes, let's see how long we can drag it out.
Nobody die.
Well,
Around
so
Torek.
Torek rejoins you guys.
It's like, oh god, Titus is dead. Wait, 60 seconds.
Wait, the experiment must go on.
29?
We can help.
No, wait.
We can help him when his temperature drops to 25.
I have this vision that Torek's going to become like a serial killer in this fucking world, so he can revive people.
Just the Joseph Mengele of Keranga.
Yeah, like
I like the fact that she's got probably the most unbelievable alibi for anything that night. Now.
Sorry, I was dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when there's a Torek episode, there's going to be like an opening like Dexter, except for breakfast he's just cooking up potions.
He's only like 2 foot tall as well. But,
Yeah,
The camera just quickly pans over him.
yeah. Like tries to pick his way into locks and has to bring like a milk carton to stand on or something.
Yeah.
Cool. So Tarek rejoins you, clearly quite chuffed with himself. Whatever he's thinking about, he's clearly quite happy with the results.
Is she okay as she looks, Tarek?
She's doing pretty damn well. You get some horrible stories of people coming back from the dead in non-ideal ways in the academy, and I would say I got there quick, which is the important thing, and she's looking pretty damn good. As far as I can tell, she's perfectly healthy.
That's good. We'll take that and run with it.
Just like as he says, perfectly healthy. He's going to be writing the same in his notebook. Underlines it 4 times.
Perfectly healthy, apart from the stab wound in her chest. But yeah.
I'm trying to imagine Tarek like writing up this kind of patient report in a way that would try and make it look like he's not liable for any long-term harm. Just covering his tracks legally.
If anyone thinks they can decrypt Torek's notebook, that's adorable.
Yes, I imagine it's probably actually like just a weird mixture of languages as well. Like being a polyglot, Tarek probably doesn't stick to just for one, does he?
It's written in a language I invented.
But did you know it has 16 words for coriander?
The different words pertain to the different temperature levels.
Okay, cool. So, so Triss, you've now kind of got possession of the book as well. As a result of all this, you didn't have to hand that over.
Cool. Not quite sure what to do with it. It's like Christmas has come early. Tarek, was there anything else that you wanted from this book, seeing as though we still have it?
Honestly, it was just more important it didn't fall into bad hands, and I think we've succeeded there. We didn't let him, and he's going to do like a hand gesture of horns on top of his head. Him get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because you've obviously got your copy of this, Triss, that you've transcribed into your notebook. like all the information is there. It's just obviously this being the original.
We should
Clearly.
keep it somewhere safe. I'm not quite sure where.
So, to be fair, it seemed pretty secure where it originally was, if we could go back down there. But I understand if you guys don't want to do that. It was a bit of a pain first time round.
Tin cans with swords were scary.
Take it back to
that
Karen,
was Oh, shit.
Yeah, that sounds like a better idea.
And I don't have any more bang grenades.
Karen, when it is then.
Okay, so you're a fair bit from Karamwin at the moment. You probably estimate it's going to take at least a week of riding to get there. Because I'm just going to go out on a wild guess here and say you're probably going to want to go via land, aren't you?
Oh,
Probably.
yes.
Thought that might be the case. Yeah, so it's probably, if you were to go the kind of most direct way, which would probably be around the lakes or up through Marion, take you about a week of riding.
Cool. Is there anything anybody's particularly kind of keen to do anywhere else en route, or?
I think we plan to go to the Azure artifact possible location to the west of Marion.
Yeah, let's do
I
that
can't
then.
remember if we said we are going to do anything else on the way.
I don't recall.
Yeah, so as Braxton kind of points out, the map that he'd managed to retrieve in Powell does suggest that there was at one time a kind of strong point held by his order, just kind of towards the western tip of Lake Marion there. Which, if you were to travel, it wouldn't be a big detour if whichever way around the lakes you went, north or south. So really, you've kind of got a bit of a free hand for planning your routes.
My vote goes for north of the lakes. If we hit trouble and need to rest to recover our wounds at some point, then Marion may become very helpful to us.
Yeah, that's a sensible plan.
Braxton's idea kind of rings true because you know that the kind of path that way is more traversed than the path south of the lakes. You would be kind of setting out on a bit more of a secure route to go north. One definitely more travelled than the other option.
Then, unless
And then
anyone has any preparations, then maybe we should be on our way.
Yeah, so then it takes us past that first artifact too.
Yeah, the plan was to go to the artifact, but either north of the lake or south of the lake.
Yeah, and then we'll go by Marion. Yep,
We'll
yep.
go past. Yeah.
Yep. Good thinking.
Okay, so
Before we head out, I could use some magical ink. Or just regular ink, and I'll make it magical. It's up to you guys.
Fine, we can go shopping in Marion.
Torek claps his gauntlets.
Well, if we're gonna go shopping, including those 4 extra platinums, what's the total to split?
well, that'll be 3,400. Sorry, not 440. Maths failed there. remember to give Cal his share because he was there when they were earned.
Yeah, so that's what, 506 each.
Plus a couple spare for Hal.
Wait, 3,040 divided by 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 506. 0.6 reoccurring.
I'll just take the. What was it? 506?
6. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
And the financial advisor of the group shall divvy and be like, here you go. Go buy something nice.
Gives
Don't,
pocket money out.
don't spend it all in one place.
That is the opposite of what I'm going to do.
Cool.
Well, thanks, Havel.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. To save time here, I'm just gonna say, Tarek, if you want, ink, we'll let's get that out of the way now. Do you want the magical or the non-magical variety?
I'll get some magical ink. Red, if it can be helped, or maybe like a cool blue.
Yep, it will set you back 150 gold for a pot of magical red ink.
I'll buy it. I'll take it. Now I need to add it to my list.
Same for anyone else. If you want to do shopping, we'll just get out of the way quickly like that. I think just to save on the time.
Thank you very much.
Nothing I can think of specifically.
Nope.
I stocked up on arrows from the Merc group, so Havel's pretty
Sure.
set on the shit he needs.
Okay.
Interestingly, I have 999 gold.
Then we
Nice.
But a bitch ain't one.
have pretty good trade port here. It's obviously a massive city, so probably the best price I'll get on iridium for forging.
Yeah, iridium is probably going to be still fairly expensive because it's mined in Nordhammer.
Right.
But compared to other cities in the Empire, you're probably going to find more of it and be at a more respectable price. But it's still not going to be cheap.
How much could I get for like that 500 gold we just got?
Probably about enough for a short sword, perhaps.
Cool, because I already have enough for. If you remember, it was enough for like
For
a dagger.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just going to buy that much. That 500.
Okay.
Just to have, just to save me up to like like a long sword or whatever.
Sure. So you add that to your inventory.
Cool. Thanks.
Okay. So it's still early at this point in time, having just had your breakfast and made sure Rainier's okay. So the markets are just starting to get busy as you guys exit the tavern and make your way to the stables. The rain has started up again, although not quite as heavy as it was in Powald, but drizzle nonetheless. But despite this, there seem to be quite a few people out plying their wares and shopping in the streets as you get ready to leave. As you head out the north gates of the city, you can see that there are a couple of carts coming and going from the surrounding countryside, joining onto the main road, but not enough to kind of pose any traffic of serious magnitude. So you guys make your way up north as you set out towards the lakes. So the first day kind of goes uneventfully, and you kind of get kind of past where you turned off to do the trade for the book. You go a few hours further than that before you have to consider bedding down for the night. Have a roll me a perception. Favored terrain as well. So.
Oof. 16 plus 1. 16, yeah.
Again, the woods seem a little bit quiet. You don't hear the kind of noise of bird song that you might expect. You do hear like a few kind of creaks and cracks deeper into the woods. So something is there, but it seems a good distance away. You're not too worried about it at the moment. But the morning comes without any harassment to your camp, and you guys get onto the road in good time, a little bit earlier than you might usually, to try and make up some extra ground. This morning, though, the rain's a little bit heavier. And after about 5 hours on the road, you come across what appears to be a mudslide of sorts, and you can kind of see that the road has well, a large chunk of this, because it's only very poor quality cobbling in the best of the places, has just been lost to this landslide and stuck in the middle of this. You see a merchant's wagon kind of wedged in. The mud kind of comes up to the axle on its cart wheels, so it's pretty stuck. It's not going anywhere. There's only like the one pony that's pulling this, and that's in up to its kind of underbelly. It clearly doesn't like this fact. Is kind of whinnying quite hard. But there's a human trying to kind of calm this horse, while a dwarf is trying to dig out these wheels. But it seems for every shovelful he manages to eject, more mud just oozes back in to fill the hole. Come on, keep pushing. We need to get out of here. We don't know if it's going to do it again, do we? I don't see you bloody helping. The human man seems to catch sight of you, Titus, in the lead on your horse, and kind of visibly backs up again before. After a while, it looks like he decides you're not bandits, but hi. I don't suppose you could lend us a hand, could you? We're a little bogged down here.
Show us the gold. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just savage. Titus will just dismount immediately and just replace where the dwarf was pushing and just kind of lift up and push along.
Mm-hmm. Titus, roll me athletics. Let's give you an athletics.
Athletics. 12.
So you brace your back against the kind of rear of the cart and push with all your the strength your legs can muster, but with no real solid ground to push off against. You kind of lift the cart a little bit, but the kind of suction of the mud quickly renders it stuck again.
Titus is a little frustrated, but then he, guys?
Yes, Titus?
A little help?
Okay. Come on then. Triss is going to walk forward, aware that she's going to be entirely useless, but still,
Yeah, so Triss, the mud kind of comes up to just above your knees as you kind of wade in to help here. It's got a pretty sticky kind of consistency, and it takes some real effort to move your legs as this kind of quagmire just doesn't want to release them once you've put your weight in. You take up position alongside Titus. You can see that the humans kind of getting a little bit agitated here. As he says, this rain is still coming down, and if there's been one landslide, there's stands to reason there may well be another. But he's still desperately trying to coax this horse into moving a little bit.
I'm gonna look round and and get a little bit of mage hand to kind of slap the horse on its hind flank.
Roll me an animal handling.
Oh god. Okay. What's my animal handling? Da, 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 da. Mm, 18? 17.
So this mage hand kind of out of nowhere appears and smacks this horse kind of across the rear. And you could immediately tell this horse is kind of panicked by this this thing that has managed to sneak up on it entirely and smack it. And so you kind of watch as it now starts to try and really pull against the mud to try and free itself. Its handler sees that this is to his favour and keeps pulling on the reins, trying to encourage it further. So Titus, as you're back behind this cart, you can kind of feel the weight of it lessen slightly as the horse takes up some of the tension. So roll me another athletics.
Dirty 20.
This time, the added horsepower means that you're able to really kind of focus on pushing this thing kind of upwards a little bit and out of the mud, just because the horse is doing a lot of the forward work there. So as you kind of lift rather than push, you kind of hear the suction as the wheel is pulled out of this mud. And as it's lifted away from the kind of clinging brown ooze, the horse kind of manages to get a bit more force on it, and before too long, you've managed to get the wheels mostly out of this, and the horse has kind of pulled it along onto more solid ground. The human takes control of the animal and manages to kind of get it to just pull that last little bit until it's out the other side. Oh, thank you. That's kind of you. That's a big relief. Here, let me compensate you for your efforts. You'll probably need new boots. So
No need for me. I don't wear boots.
Oh well. Okay. You, madam, I see that you do. Here, please. Triss, he hands you 5 gold pieces for your troubles.
I pass it back to him. As I get myself out of the mud, I sort of pass it back and press to digitate to sort of clear off my legs. I don't need it.
Big. I was just gonna stare at him and be like, "What is wrong with you two?"
I'm surprised Hal doesn't have his hand outstretched. Like,
yeah, haven't done anything, but just like.
As their manager, you need your cut. Yeah.
Chris, can you give me presummation?
Yeah, sure, Titus. I'll clear Titus up as well.
Just, I'm imagining just like a spectral pressure washer just cleans the mud off Titus's feet there.
He giggles as it.
The guy is clearly, obviously taken aback a bit at this display of magic, but he shrugs and pockets his coin purse.
I'll clear him and his horse off as well while I'm at it.
Just while we're showing off, yeah.
Yeah. Why stop?
So okay. So you kind of make sure everything is kind of cleared up. You free the axle, any residual gunk that was there as a result of their little.
I'll apologise to the horse as well.
The horse is clearly quite glad to be able to freely move its legs again. But yeah, the dwarf kind of makes his way around, kind of clambers back up into the wagon. I'm bloody glad you showed up. It's been a bad enough month on the roads anyway, what with us having to watch all our backs, but getting bogged down would have been the icing on that particularly shit cake.
been a difficult month. What's been happening?
Oh, don't get him started on this. He thinks that there's a big conspiracy out to get him. Now, not just bloody me. My cousin Norbert, he was telling me how his friend's brother's son was out on the roads and he didn't make it back because some bastard slit his throat.
I have never heard of a conspiracy. What sort of beast is this?
A bloody dangerous one. You'll have to excuse my friend here. He's convinced that just because he's outside of Nordhammer, everybody's out to get him. That's all right for you to bloody say. You humans have it good.
It doesn't hurt to be wary, I suppose.
See, now there's a lass who knows what's what. Caution, I tell you. Never done anyone any harm.
Yeah.
You can kind of see there's a fairly exasperated look on this human's face. They've clearly been over this many a time, private. But, the dwarf kind of maintains his position. You suspect he's pretty convinced he's in the right here.
Triss is reluctant to kind of say anything more in case she's adding fuel to a fire that she can't put out. And just sort of nods and steps back.
You say someone had his throat slit. Where did that happen?
Well, cousin Norbert said it was near Werden, far as I can tell. It's a bloody shambles when they can't even keep the capital free of bandits. Especially racist ones.
I must say, we've been in Werden fairly recently, and we've not noticed anything of the sort.
What was his name?
Which the dwarf who's kind of grumbling at the moment, or the one who was
The one who was killed.
I don't know. It was me, as I said, my brother Norbert's cousin's mother's son, or something like that. Well, I have it on good authority, I tell you. Cousin Norbert's a reliable sort.
It is a shame to lose such a close family member.
Triss has thought of something, but doesn't want to say anything without being 100%, so nods again, taking the silent option.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, anyway, we're taking our goods north to Mario, and you're more than welcome to accompany us. In fact, might be nice to have a fresh source of conversation.
Yeah, we happen to be headed that general direction, so we'll gladly accompany you.
Oh, marvelous! We've room up in the back for at least some of you, but I see you're on horseback, so you probably don't need that. But no, we're returning to Nordhammer at some point, but we're hoping to snap up a few deals in Marion first. But anyway, come, let's. We've spent enough time bogged down in this mess here. I'd be keen to put it behind me.
Superb. On we go.
So the podium trap kind of gets moving, and you can see Triss from riding behind it, but no permanent damage has been done. The mud that you've washed off seems to have been like the worst that was really affecting it. So you guys travel with this pair, and they kind of pass a few stories and a few rumors. But the kind of the sentiment is that this dwarf is pretty convinced that there's some big anti-dwarven conspiracy going on, and that he's got to be on his guard if he wants to see the next mornings. So he's quite glad to have a group of individuals who are so well armed and.
While we're travelling, can I tune into Radio Braxton?
Sure.
Braxton, the people that we found dead on the road, the ones related to Ulfred Mountainborn, wasn't one of those a dwarf? Undrak and Varnick.
I can't remember. Possibly.
That dwarf might be onto something here, possibly. I'll double check around the others as well and see if any of them can remember.
Yes, I believe it was a couple of dwarves, at least.
Okay. Yeah, I won't say anything to them, just in case.
Yes. Well remembered.
So yeah, you guys trot along then, and Triss, you kind of keep a tactical silence. But the two of them prove to be fairly decent travelling companions, and it makes the remainder of the trip to Marion pass that a little bit faster to have some different stories. You arrive Marion on the fourth day of travel. Similar to the other Illiforest cities, the surrounding area is cleared for agriculture and pastures by the looks of things, and the city walls are as magnificent and imposing as the others, if the scale is somewhat smaller. But the roads are quite busy here. Marion does act as a as these merchants are doing, is kind of the last stop before venturing north for a lot of caravans that aren't going via sea. So as such, you kind of get a very strong impression that the city is quite mercantile. A suspicion that is confirmed as you draw nearer, and you can kind of hear the crying of merchants advertising their goods and trying to outdo their competitors for prices and deals. So as you enter the city and stable the horses, the kind of main thing here seems to be a large market dedicated to the sale of intricate silk tapestries and woolen rugs, that kind of thing. So you guys, you've got a few options for Marion. It's clearly a large city with the relevant kind of amenities, so taverns, etc., that kind of thing. It's also, not massively late in the day, so if you did want to set off, you could make a little bit of progress. It's really kind of up to you guys how to use the rest of the time.
While during the journey, I sort of chat to the Nordhammer dwarf and ask what he sells.
So this particular dwarf seems to be selling a kind of a large quantity of hardened steel nails, which, well, actually, Titus, you would have been familiar with this. It would have been one of the things that when you were forced to work in the forges of Nordhammer would have been, a fairly simple order to hammer out. But the kind of the steel of Nordhammer is of a superior quality, and as such, most timber construction projects across the continent, if it's done properly, they use nails from Nordhammer.
Cool.
And it looks like he's kind of shifted a lot of those down in bulk and sold them on his journey. There are a few other knickknacks. You suspect that the kind of human companion that he has is the real kind of business entrepreneur here. You know, maybe seeing a deal in one city and the potential to flip it for a profit further south. But you know, their main business appears to have been these kind of crates of nails.
That's all. I was just hungry for more iridium.
Yes, well, it's not all too commonplace.
No,
Not every forge is going to have it.
but worth a shot though.
Worth a shot.
As per usual, is there a magic shop anywhere? A shop selling any magical items?
There doesn't appear to be, actually. Marion seems to be a more conventional goods-oriented town. Doesn't have the same kind of appetite for magic as either the capital or the seat of the college of the Lyrist. But it's try as you might, can't find anything that's magical. It seems to be as I said, largely devoted to the textiles industry. Or at least that's what's been peddled in the shop fronts and stalls that you see in your initial overview of the city.
Is there anything that catches our eyes as we're walking around?
Well, I mean, it depends what catches your fancy. There are quite a few very exotic kind of silks and patterns, but clearly very high end. But whether that's something that takes your fancy or not, only you can decide.
Doesn't sound entirely heart-wearing, so we'll give those a miss.
Yes, that's fair enough. As pretty as they may be, they're probably not made for adventurers. Not of your ilk, anyway.
Cool.
All right, so what's the plan, guys?
Is this in regard to future travelling?
Yeah, just what happens next. I mean, you've got to Marion. Is it going to be, going to take some time there? Are you going to go straight onwards?
Well, I do have an idea to pose to the party. According to the notes we got earlier, there should be another rune site 3 days from Pontang. Maybe we could search there.
Yeah, so that's marked on the map.
Okay, I kind of thought that when it said 3 days travel from Pontang, it would be like it could be at any point that is 3 days travel from Pontang, so we'd have to look around a bit. Okay.
No, you did get a compass direction for all those, but we've kind of marked those on the map, so
yeah.
I mean, that's still that's not pinpoint accurate, but it's a rough idea.
To think of it, we could do the crusade, get this artifact, and sweep back up.
I think it's probably caravan went after here, and then
we could head up that way.
potentially whatever comes up, we could head this way. Yeah.
Either way, I think let's head straight out to those ruins. There's nothing else we really want to do in the city, is there?
Braxton has one quick thing actually.
Uh-huh.
I get the impression because it's like a rug sort of thing. It's almost like a Middle Eastern market. So imagine if I'm wondering if there's any spice traders.
So you're kind of thinking along the right lines with the whole bizarre kind of atmosphere. It is that busy, and with the merchants are kind of that aggressive with their bargaining.
Yeah.
But as I was kind of saying, Marion is really the last stop before leaving the confines of the empire. So as a result, you do get quite a few different caravans coming through at times. So as you kind of look around Braxton, you do see that there is appears to be a kind of caravanserai towards the kind of the southern quarter of the city, and there seems to be where the merchants who aren't actually stationed in the city are kind of plying their wares amongst their kind of pack horses and carts. And in amongst them is a caravan that's not long out of Nordhammer, containing some of their more exotic herbs and spices. You can see that they've got quite a few vials and pouches. So you'd probably be able to find a pretty good selection there.
Brilliant.
Would you say you needed about 11 herbs and spices?
Give or take, yeah. I just approached one of these guys. Good day, sir. But perhaps would you happen to sell any coriander?
This man turns to you and coriander. Yes, I do. As it happens, I have a fine quality coriander. I must say, it's really a sublime way of bringing out the best of certain soups and curried dishes. Please allow me to show you my wares. He kind of turns into this little wooden, it's kind of like a miniature chest of drawers almost, and pulls out a small shelf, and out of which he pulls a leather drawstring bag. He opens this for a little bit and kind of wafts it under your nose a little bit. You can tell from the kick just the potent nature of my spices. And it is quite a powerful aroma, but one you do distinctly recognise as coriander.
I must commend the aroma of this blend.
Well, I deal only with the finest. That is the key to good business.
Yes, I see. Yes, I would be interested to buy some of this coriander. Not a huge batch, just a small amount for a meal or two, I'd say.
For a meal or two, I could do you a discount, but I must say, once you have had one meal, you will crave many more.
What volumes do you offer?
Well, the smallest batch I would do, I could distill this into a small vial that might last you for a month or so. But it would obviously be a bit cheaper, but I could probably do this to you for 30 gold pieces.
I find that agreeable. A month's supply is a decent amount. I'm happy to trade that.
Ah, my friend, come, we have a deal. Let me ready it for you. So he very jovially takes your money and pulls a kind of very slim glass vial out from another drawer in his little box. But you watch as he kind of carefully measures out on the scales in front of you what looks to you like a fairly decent amount of coriander, and he very carefully pours this into this kind of long, thin vial before stoppering it with a cork. Now, here you are, my friend, coriander. It is a pleasure to have done business with you, but can I not tempt you to a more exotic spice? I'm sure that a refined palate such as yours could benefit greatly from my wares.
Unfortunately, I am in the business of traveling a fair amount. I don't really get time to try too many different methods of cooking.
It is nonsense, my friend. I too am a traveller. I come from Nordhammer. It's a long way, and I can tell you one of the comforts of the road is the freshly cooked campfire meal. And what better way to enjoy this than with a kick of spice? Come, I'll show you. Let me not just talk. You must sample. He turns and opens up another another box. Allow me to offer you this. It is a particularly fragrant spice of mine and one of my favorites. It is Nordhamerium majorum. And he kind of pulls out a. This time, this is kind of more of a test tube than a pouch, but you can see in it it's a very delicate looking kind of leaf, a kind of planty leaf with kind of white flowers speckled across it. For a bit of seasoning, this will be perfect for you. Works amazingly well with rations and meat.
Can I roll some sort of check to see if this has any properties outside of just being a spice?
Yeah, sure. I would probably say. You know what? Let's say medicine, because that's probably what you'd use it for.
Oh, that's a 4.
It's not a species you're familiar with. Whilst it does smell very nice, and you're sure it would go very well on a nice bit of roast meat, you don't know of its wider applications, if any.
Okay. Well, I must say this does seem very exotic. I've never heard of this spice before. I'm not sure how much I would use it, to be honest. I don't know if it's needed.
My friend, if you are to eat, you must eat well. This is a fact of life, and that is where I come in. I can help you to eat well. Come, you look like a man who appreciates a good spit of meat. He's clearly full on, sales pitch mode at the minute.
yeah, I can tell. I must ask, how much would some of this Majoran set one back?
For a month's supply, I could give it to you for 35 gold.
I'm sure I could probably get some use out of it, but after this, I'm strapped for gold. I'm afraid I can't purchase any more.
This is a shame, but what can I say? Coin is coin, and whilst I think you are a friend of mine for your service to my business, I cannot give you a freebie or deal that will do me harm. I'm sure you must understand this.
Oh, I must have been misunderstood. I have the 35. I have no more.
Well then, my friend, I can have a smaller sample of this bottle for you immediately. So again, he reaches for another one of these smaller vials and begins putting an amount in there for you. Cool. So add those to your inventory, and you've clearly, bought enough from him that he's quite happy to buy. But you're probably not going to be looking for any more after dropping that much gold.
Yeah.
I'll enjoy, my friend. You will regret this not.
Thank you for your business. Best of luck in all your travels.
And to you, my friends. Okay, so you've acquired some spices.
Brilliant.
So by the time you've done that, it's probably about midday-ish by the time you regroup with the others. So yeah, you would have time to kind of head out if you were intent on getting this artifact. And I suppose you've already had a long rest, so. But anyway, that's up to you.
I'm good to head out now.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so if nobody has any issues, the path west is much less travelled than the eastern gate you see. There is a bit of a path that leads to Lyrist, but it's not massively traversed from the looks of things. But you guys head out a little way, and you follow the lake shore as you go. The road kind of snakes down that way. As you cast your eyes out, you can't really see the other banks of this lake. It does really stretch out to the horizon. It's a very large body of water. Please contain the PTSD. But as night settles in, you find a spot to make camp. The kind of beach offers a pretty sheltered area away from the road, where you're not really visible to it. Braxton, are we going to be cooking anything with those spices on a campfire, or are you saving them for a rainy day?
You know what? I'm going to try out this Nordhamian Majorum that I was sold.
So you obviously quite keen to put this merchant's brags to the test and take a collection from the party of the dried jerky that you guys use as rations a lot of the time. You kind of set that boiling in a pot with a kind of few root vegetables that Havel manages to scavenge from the locale, and you put in a few leaves of this majorum into this stew. You can kind of see on your companions' faces this almost anticipation as the stew comes to a boil. And as you hand it around, everybody waits a little bit to make sure you get the first bite. But it's, as you kind of taste this meat, it does definitely have quite a nice little tang to it now, bit almost zesty like sensation as you tuck into it. It's definitely an improvement over the fairly tough meat that usually makes up traveling rations. Very very pleasant, and they're just a bit different. But you guys eat pretty well tonight, courtesy of Braxton's shopping trip. But having kind of had a pretty hearty meal, you guys get your heads down, and the kind of a lapping of waves on the beach is a fairly soothing lullaby for the night's rest. The next morning, you again wake with the sun, and not too far from your destination, you mount up and hit the road again. It's probably about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Braxton, when you get to a point that you recognise from the map. And to kind of confirm this, you pull out the kind of the old paper that you'd acquired from this scholar. And sure enough, where you're kind of sat now coincides with a few of the landmarks on it. However, where the kind of X is to mark the destination you'd plotted, you can see there's no sign of any ruins, but what appears to be a kind of small coaching inn. Not a particularly busy one by the looks of it, but nor a particularly large one, but a coaching inn nonetheless on the side of a road.
Go over, have a bit of a look.
So as you draw near, you can see that this is clearly quite an old building. Not massively old, but definitely 1 if not 2 centuries, and it's starting to show it. The wood in places looks like it might have seen a bit of rot or worse. The sign is clearly been repainted a couple of times before, but even now is still peeling a little bit in places. But despite all this, it does definitely look like it is still currently occupied. You can kind of peer through the windows and see that there is a fire going in one of the halves inside.
Seems a bit out in the middle of nowhere for somebody living on their own. Should we see if they can help us?
We should maybe proceed with caution. It's a little bit weird.
Yeah, Tris, this place strikes you as a little bit odd. As Preston says, it is, it's on the road, but it is still pretty remote. The sign is, clearly the pride and joy of any establishment, as it's, in an age where the majority of patrons are illiterate, the sign is really what distinguishes one tavern from another. Yet this one shows a kind of cracked hand mirror, but the paint is peeling.
Can I look to see if there's any distinguishing marks? Like last time we came across a temple that was sort of subtly Azuran. Is there anything?
Yeah, sure. I mean, investigation.
Away. My rolls today, man.
Get them out of the way now.
That's
Yeah.
6.
So, looking around, you see no marks of Azuran or any other religious significance.
Okay.
The tavern is just looking pretty run down.
Havel, looking at this map, would you say this tavern is more or less on the point marked?
Using the trajectory of the moon and the sun, yes.
So Harold's right. He's pretty sure that this is the spot marked on that map.
Sorry, I was focusing on something else. Are we there yet?
Oh. Torque, if you look up, you might notice a tavern in front of you. We're there.
I mean, weren't we meant to find a relic or something?
Yes, but we have found a tavern. Perhaps the tavern is not really a tavern. Tris, perhaps this is some illusion magic?
Do you guys just want to take a few steps back? And I'll take a couple
Sure.
forwards.
Just whap it out.
You know
So,
it.
Triss, you cast your eyes over the tavern. Or, well, your one eye in particular.
All of my eyes.
But you detect no magic coming from this place. It is there, and it is corporeal.
Okay, is there anything else showing up kind of strangely with
No,
Yeah.
no, you're not actually getting any hits from.
Okay, and once I put the eye away and I cast a bit of detect magic, is there anything kind of funky going on with that as well?
Same thing comes back with no real readings of any magic.
I'll turn back to you with a shrug and just say, well, nothing weird. I'm gonna go in.
So Triss, the door opens with a bit of a creak, and you hear a bell as you enter. The room strikes you as of a similar layout to other kind of lower end of the market taverns you've been in before. But as this bell chimes, a figure of a fairly old man kind of appears from behind the bar out of what you assume to be a private room. Ah, traveller, good afternoon to you. Please come in, make yourself at home. I would welcome you humbly to to my humble abode. Really, it's good to see another human.
Thanks very much. We didn't expect to find a tavern out this way.
Not many do. It's I'll admit, a quieter road, but well, people need a safe, warm place to stay for the night, and I'm happy to provide.
That's good news for us.
Us? I take it you have companions.
Looks like they haven't followed me in. Yeah, I do. I'm gonna poke my head back out the door and sort of gesture them in.
So, as you guys enter, he kind of again a smile appears on his face. Just welcome. That's good to see so many. We've had a fairly quiet month. The good news is, though, that means that I have plenty of vacant beds for you. So please come in, make yourself at home. I can see that your horses are stabled properly if you need that.
I'm sure the horses would be very grateful, and as would we.
So he kind of claps his hands, and a kind of smaller lad of probably about 11 or 12 comes out and is instructed to go and deal with the horses. But he very quickly turns back to you. Now, please, I'm sure you must have had a long day's travel already. These roads aren't the kindest. We're a little far from the capital here, but I can make your stay a bit more comfortable. I have an assortment of ales or wines, and I can cook you up a fairly hearty vegetable stew.
We'd never say no to any of that. That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Well, take a seat. He gestures to the empty dining room there. The choice is pretty wide this afternoon. I'll have that over to you in just a moment. So, yeah, you guys, you look around and, yeah, this tavern is empty. There is not another soul in here other than you. You are clearly his only clients for the day. As he says, it's not the busiest road. But it takes, about 15 minutes or so before a kind of big kind of tureen of vegetable stew is brought out and bowls are laid before you. He brings out a few pitchers of ale as well to wash it down with.
Delightful. What does it smell like?
Well, it smells very appealing, Triss. The main ingredient appears to be a parsnip of some variety.
Is it yellow?
I'm afraid it is slightly yellowish as a result of the parsnips.
As it arrives, Braxton turns to Torek. Torek, perhaps this would improve your meal. At the castle, you literally saved a life, and saving a life should not go unrewarded. I'd like you to have this. And I pull out the vial of coriander, give it to Torek.
Oh, Torek's gonna like. Oh, Torek's gonna say, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Can't remember the last time I've been given a gift like this. Gotta say, it's really nice. Thank you, Braxton. I've been struggling recently, honestly, and this is nice. It smells nice too.
Yes, I'm assured it is some of the best. I'm sure you will enjoy it.
I just like the way that Braxton is kind of like Pavlovian conditioning Torek to save lives with rewards of coriander.
Basically, yes. I was the experiment all along.
That's all Torek's
Braxton's
character.
surname is secretly Pavlov.
That is totally what Torek would get stuck into with this wisdom value, let's face it.
Yeah.
Oh, should we move the little horsey on the map?
Yeah, you can do. So, Havel, you're kind of disheartened and disgusted as something with a texture of, being kind of wet also manages to, at the same time, taste exactly like sawdust and somehow manages to make you more thirsty. But as you reach for your ale, a lovely hearty ale, clearly brewed quite locally in a lovely kind of shade of brown. You roll me a con save, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? It's late in the day. I'm going to use my 1 per day advantage from my robe. 19.
So you kind of, to save face here, grit your teeth and swallow. But yeah, you can guess what brown tastes like.
Marmite.
Hey, what is wrong? I am Titus. Don't like the beer? Last time I saw that face was when I dared you to eat cow shit.
Let's not make that canon.
It's too late.
How much was the bet? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, how much can I take off him and add to mine now, actually?
Some gold.
So the rest of his gold now goes into mine.
Yeah, so Titus, it's clearly unusual for Havel to touch so little of his ale.
Titus then just very seriously is like, this is a bad omen. In the back of his mind.
Can Triss do a check to see if she's figured out what's going on with Havel and the different colours and things like that?
Yeah, so you could roll me an Arcana for that.
Okay. Oh, geez, that's not looking good, is it?
Fuck knows, he's just being picky tonight.
That's +8, so it's 11.
Oh, well, okay, so, it's... it's suspicious that Havel isn't tucking into his ale. You obviously weren't on the roof when this was... when Havel was afflicted with this, so you're not entirely sure what it is, but you suspect something is definitely not right here.
Havel, what the hell's going on with you in the beer? I've never seen you pull that face with a beer.
Yeah, just doesn't taste right.
Yeah, you didn't really dig into your toast or that soup though either. Did that not taste right either? Are you ill?
It's really weird that you're watching me eat so much.
Maybe it's a holy place and he's reacting poorly to it.
I think he would be having more of a reaction in that case.
Sick burn.
Um, could I use prestidigitation to change the colour of the beer?
You could. What colour would you like to change it to?
Like a nice plummy red colour.
A nice plummy red.
Like probably the colour of like a quite light red wine.
Magenta.
Yeah, you're talking to a bloke here, Triss, so it is just got to be red.
Okay.
Scab red.
Okay, so you change. You
Give him a
change
Games Workshop colour.
Yeah, Mephiston red. Let's say that.
It used to be scab red.
Okay, so that is now the colour that is in the mug you're holding, Havel. It's kind of deep red.
Sure, why not?
Mm-hmm. So as you take a hesitant sip, you're pleasantly surprised as this just tastes like cranberry juice now.
Fair.
Do we know whether it's still alcoholic?
Oh, you've done is change the colour.
So it should still be alcoholic.
Yeah, it's
Cool.
still got the kind of base properties of ale. It's just tastes like cranberries now.
Success?
Cool. I mean,
If Havel likes cranberries, yeah.
at this point, it's like, haven't even realised what's going on. Is he just thinking like shit tastes funny?
You know what? Roll me an Arcana. Let's see if Havel's figured it out.
I don't think I get any modifiers. Let me have a look. Oh, I get a +3, 18.
So you kind of remember that you've been casting a lot of spells recently, and they haven't always been working as you would expect. And you do know that this has only happened since you've acquired that ring. So I think it would be, reasonable to assume you've put 2 and 2 together by now.
Cool. I suppose at some point Havel will have to speak to either Torek or Triss and like, do we know anything about removing magical side effects? Like the ability to taste colour.
1 second.
I think Trish just tried to speak, but it got cut off.
She just collapses into the stew. Half sentence.
You've all been poisoned.
Oh. Oh dear.
We all thought it was dodgy that it was in the arse end of nowhere, but we happily just ate stuff.
Tell you what, while Pascal's sorting her audio out, the barkeep comes back and collects up some empty plates and tankards. Well, it's good to have you, but I must say we don't get too many visitors out here. We're a little off the main merchants track, and forgive me for saying, but you don't particularly appear to be merchants. Could I ask what brings you here? It would greatly liven up my day. You can imagine I don't get too much excitement around these parts.
Yes, we've had information that there's potentially an old holy site in this area, and pertaining to Azura, the my deity, and I was just very interested to pop by this place along our travels to see if it was true that there was some old temple here.
Well, I'm sorry to say this this is the only building for quite some distance around, although you're not the first treasure hunters we've had come by. I think this rumour has got out somewhere, but I must assure you, it's not a great idea to pursue it. I've had quite a few people come looking for these treasures, but not all too many have come back.
Maybe it'd be an idea to stay here a couple of days and investigate.
Did the ones that came back, did they go in some common sort of direction?
Most headed north. There's a valley not far from here. It's surrounded by mountains on all sides. I think they had it in their head that this was the hiding place of some great wealth, but I must say it's I can't in good conscience advise you to go after them. I've seen quite a lot of people go, but as I say, the ones that do return tend not to be in a talking mood. I don't think any of them have ever found what they're looking for.
Perhaps they have found what is guarding what they are looking for.
Well, quite possibly. I don't venture far myself. It's dangerous to be out in the wilds, especially this far from any help. But I must say, it's a long way to come for some religious site. I mean, no offence to you, but are there not more lively temples for you to visit?
Oh, quite potentially. This is not too far off the track to our destination, so we thought we'd pop in along the way to see if these rumours were true.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but yes, up north it seems that nobody's found any treasure yet.
Well, I thank you for the information. It's been helpful.
Oh, my pleasure. Hopefully it'll stop you looking in vain and potentially endangering yourselves. He kind of nods and takes the tray back into the kitchen.
Kind of want to go north.
If people have come back from north, that's probably the place that we should check first.
Yeah, I'd like to investigate that area. It seems the most likely. Well, like I said, I'd imagine they have found whatever is guarding this temple, just as we found those stone golems outside the first one.
I don't suppose you've got any kind of homing device that would guide you there, do you, Braxton?
I wish I could try and pray to Azura, but I don't have anything solid.
Okay. Always hopeful.
So left. Not too many, but it's probably early afternoon at this point. Probably too early to call it a night, really. From the sounds of it, this area isn't isn't too far distant from this tavern. You obviously don't really know any exact kind of figures.
What's Braxton? Paladins not get that spell where they commune with their deity and ask for a good or a bad payment?
I don't know.
I can't see it.
Well, Titus certainly does.
Uh-huh.
So what did you want to ask
That's
it,
another
Reg?
Whether going north would be a good or a bad omen, or mixed.
Cool. So Titus, pulls out his mammoth bone dice and asks his ancestors whether heading north would be a good omen or not.
So you roll these over the table with their kind of fairly heavy clack. And for once, the ancestors all agree on something. They reckon it's a good omen to go north.
The ancestors say it is a...
I'm just thinking like how Torek would react to this, just the dice rolling, and it's just like the ancestors. I'm just like, wonder what field Ben is.
Divination, I believe.
Flipping jealous as fuck. He gets to talk to his ancestors. And my parents are still alive.
Jesus Christ!
Side quest when?
Well, wait, yes? What? Torek's family?
DM furiously jot down.
Yeah, just notes in plenty. Yeah.
Yes. By the way, I would happily just basically just take an evening out and just talk about my backstory.
Just it's not even like a quest or an adventure. You just go to Torek's parents' house. They get out their old albums and all Torek's old work from when he was little.
Oh, and this is his first experiment. Oh, it was exciting.
It turns out, no, he can't shit in the potty from 4 meters away.
And this was his first experiment. It only killed 4 dwarves.
Anyway, that I think is an adventure for another time. So yeah, Titus, the ancestors are fairly agreed when it comes to this. They're saying it's a good omen.
Any thoughts from anyone else?
Nothing major?
So,
North it is.
still some time today.
Well, if we take our time and take the day, I could probably get some better potion. The ones I crafted this morning, honestly, it is the lowest of my eurekas.
So do we want to have a wander around in the local area and then go tomorrow? Is that the idea?
I'm sure we could investigate here and then head out. Right? I mean, unless people don't want to.
That works for me. Does anyone else have any issues?
No?
No, I'm pretty sure.
Super.
Okay, so the local area. Having a quick kind of look at the exterior of the tavern, especially towards the rear that you haven't seen, you can kind of see a very, very narrow track leading roughly north. In the distance, just over the treetops, you can see the what appears to be the rise of a few large hills more than mountains. But as the tavern keepers said, they do kind of almost form a kind of a U shape, with the opening being kind of where you are standing now at the tavern. This path seems to kind of lead generally down into that valley. You reckon looking at it and trying to gauge the distance from the hills, it'd probably take you 2-3 hours to get to the heart of that valley. You'd have to go by foot, though. It's not a track that's really wide enough for horses.
Okay, is there anything that kind of stands out looking down towards it?
No, it's largely forested, and you can't really see clearly what's in the valley through all the foliage. You'd need to get a significantly closer before you could really investigate properly.
Okay. How close are we to the lake?
The lake at this point, again, probably about an hour's trek in the other direction, but it's further south.
Okay. And is there anything else that kind of stands out in the local area? Any landmarks or anything?
Other than the road, which is barely a road really. It's not even cobbled in a lot of places. There's nothing that really stands out. It's largely forested.
I'll wander back inside and sort of... This is pretty much the only thing around here, other than that path north. There's really not that much I can see, but, maybe Havel could spot more than I can out there.
No, I mean, you can certainly try.
You want to you want to take a look, Havel, or are you going to
might as well. Why not?
Okay, so roll me a perception, favored terrain to advantage.
And that was crap. It's only going to be a 7.
So you can kind of see that this is mostly a beast path that Triss has pointed out. It doesn't look like it's seen heavy kind of humanoid footfall recently at all. But other than that, there's not really much you can glean from it.
Fair.
Okay, so then if the plan is to stick it out till morning, I guess unless anybody has anything they particularly want to do, probably just fast forward.
Yep.
Okay.
I will request one potion of baldness from Torek and ask if he can make it colourless for the morning.
Well, you don't know what colourless tastes like yet.
Oh, well. Interesting. Let's find out.
So, yeah, Torek, you've been kind of set this alchemical challenge by Havel, and your mind kind of gets whirring on how to get the color out of it whilst maintaining its properties. In fact, roll me an Arcana. Let's see if you can do it. Torek?
You said BRB, Torek Craft.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, so we did. Yeah.
Right. Well, to be honest, we'll get to that when he comes back. So, yeah, Torek gets on that. You can kind of hear him tinkering on it late into the night, but you guys get a good night's sleep. You're obviously already long rested, but yeah, it's comfortable enough to merit one of those. But as you wake early in the morning, you come downstairs to find a fairly meager breakfast laid out for you. It's largely consisting of these kind of oatcake style dishes that the tavern keepers laid out for you. But there's some good ale there to wash it down with as well.
Eureka, I've done it again.
Guy, roll me an Arcana.
Ooh, okay. Can do.
Eureka, he has in fact managed to make the potion of boldness colourless.
Oh, what?
Well, yeah, we went away from
Man.
that where Havel requested a colourless variant of the potion.
Special request.
So we're just seeing whether you had it in you to actually brew up a colourless version.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah. The trick is to magically extract the colours
Yeah, nothing chemical about
using this snake poison.
Jesus Christ.
It wouldn't have been the first time, to be fair, Havel's drunk snake poison.
it.
They don't
Oh.
call him Snake Slayer for no reason.
No, that's his side hustle.
Just pest
His
control.
stage name.
Yeah, so you guys, you have this breakfast. Havel, the oatcakes are a shade of white, which I mean, it hasn't been invented in this world yet, but if it had, it tastes like Tipex.
Oh, not too bad then.
So yeah, not the most pleasant eating experience, but it's nutritional. So you keep telling yourself that.
As he's eating it, I'm gonna ask how he's finding it.
Hey, yeah, I'll explain what Tipex tastes like.
Sure. So Havel paints this fairly unappetizing picture for you, Triss.
Right, what colour would you like to try?
What colour would I like to try? That is a very good question. Let's find out what,
Maybe not brown.
How about a chartreuse?
Yeah, let's stick to the big ones, please.
Bright yellow green.
Green, yeah.
Like a highlighter pen.
Okay, so like the oatcake takes on an almost fluorescent green. How do you take a tentative bite in, and this tastes like mold. Not a pleasant experience.
Okay, we'll stick with red for now.
I'll turn it red as well.
Mm-hmm. So Havel, you tuck into your lovely cranberry flavoured oatcake.
Out of curiosity, Triss is going to turn hers red as well.
Mm-hmm.
See if
So
that
you-
has any change on the taste.
You turn it red, Triss, and for you it has no effect on the taste.
A little bit disappointed. She's going to change the taste to cranberry as well.
Yeah, well, if Havel enjoys it, how bad can it be?
Good enough for Havel, good enough for me.
Cool. So you guys tuck into all that. Let's have and keep again comes to clear up. So will you be heading onwards with your journey today?
I think so. Hopefully we'll be back, though, I suppose.
Oh well, I must say you'll be welcome.
Thank you
We
very much.
definitely encourage return custom here.
I can see why. You really are out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh well, it's a peaceful life. But yeah, with that, he again smiles and takes your cutlery and your plates and all that. But yeah, you guys are set and ready for the day. So Triss, you kind of lead out back to where this track starts. As you make your way down this path, Triss, yeah, it's not easy going. You do have to kind of watch out for low-lying branches. It's not a maintained path, clearly.
Have we just left the horses at the tavern?
I'm assuming you kind of have them stabled still.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it's not a path that's suitable for horseback. But after a couple of hours, you kind of arrive in the basin of this valley. You can see that there's a little stream at the foot of these hills, but no sign of any ruins.
If I cast Detect Magic, does anything sort of ping?
No, it doesn't. You get a distinct feeling that everything here is as it should be.
Braxton, is Anything feeling familiar?
I don't know. Can I? Sorry, I was away. Are we?
We're on our way up.
Just up north, going into that valley.
Can I roll an investigation then to see if there's anything?
Yeah.
Familiar here?
Yeah, sure. Roll up.
That's 16.
So Braxton, you kind of start a methodical search of this valley, and you kind of organize everybody into a kind of an extended line, and between you all, you sweep through this. It's not a particularly large valley, but you kind of comb it over backwards and forwards for a couple of hours, but you find no trace of any ruins ever having been here.
Can't really see anything at the moment, Tris.
Are there any paths anywhere else in the vicinity?
Roll me a survival.
Just give me a second. Survival. So that's +8. Where am I at?
So yeah, that's going to be a pretty good score. So you can see, Tris, there are again beast paths. It looks like very small mammals like rabbits might have cut through the bushes, but clearly this is quite low level stuff. It's not anything that you would think would be capable of helping humans traverse. It does seem to be that one route in and out to this valley floor here.
So we're at the bottom of the valley.
You are, yes.
Can we see what's at the top of it? Is it like cliffs?
So it's these kind of large hills on three sides of this valley. They're a little less heavily forested, though, so you can kind of see that they're largely quite rocky in places. It doesn't look like there's any buildings there either.
Okay, nothing like perched on the top then, is what you're saying.
No, you definitely can't see any silhouettes of buildings on the top.
And there's nothing that looks like it's built into the walls of the valley.
No, the rocks all there look natural. Doesn't look like they've been arranged or carved in any way.
Triss is gonna shrug and look towards the others. Anyone got any ideas?
There's surely something here if many people come back traumatized. Let me just quickly check something. And I'm going to use one of my divine senses to see if there's any some list of things. Celestial fiend, something or something. Let me find it.
What's the range of that?
It is 60 feet, and it will locate celestial fiend or undead.
So you kind of get to the central point of the valley, I suppose, and cast this, and you don't get any overwhelming sense either way for good or evil. You also don't get any unnatural presences of the descriptions that you've just given. It comes back as a fairly uneventful result.
I've got a bad feeling about the tavern guy.
So do I, and he's got our horses.
Yeah, that's why I've got a bad feeling. Perhaps.
I think we head back in his direction.
Yeah, I agree. Let us return with haste.
How long did it take us to get up here?
A couple of hours, so
3 hours.
it'll take you a little bit less time getting back, as you'll have already kind of pushed some of the branches and stuff out of the way on the way down.
Havel, you
So,
said
yeah.
this is like an animal path up here as well, wasn't it? So, perhaps not the most worn track.
Yeah.
So, Braxton, you lead the way this time, back up the track, and it takes you a little bit less, probably just over an hour and 3/4. But you arrive back at the tavern. You kind of regroup outside the front door.
Shall I go in alone and see what happens?
If you like, are our horses still out here?
Tell you what, let's go check the stables first.
Okay, so Triss, you head round the side of the building to the stables, and you can see that your horses are all still kind of tied up to their relevant posts and look to be in good health.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's go in.
Yeah, in we go.
Okay, so you guys re-enter the tavern, and the tavern keeper again, he smiles and waves to you and gestures for you all to kind of have a seat again anyway you fancy.
So, we went up that path and we have absolutely no idea what happened up there. There's nothing really. Can't understand why people have come back traumatized.
He kind of looks at you and kind of sighs and pulls a heavy crossbow from under the bar. I need to know who you people are. That tale usually dissuades most of the treasure hunters. They don't want to risk life and limb for petty coin, but no, you heard that story and you were willing to keep going. What purpose do you have
We're
searching
not
for
treasure
us?
hunters, that's why. Braxton, perhaps you should introduce yourself.
Yes, this quest is primarily my own. As I mentioned, I am a follower of Azora, one of not so many anymore. I have reason to believe that there are certain sites that hold items of great religious meaning, and we are trying to track them down as much as we can to return them to our bastion, to the home of Azora.
He kind of looks you up and down. It's a good story, but you could have killed one of the Zorans and taken that plate for all I know. How do I trust you for who you are and who you say you are anyway? Again, the look of suspicion and crossbow are now trained on you, Braxton.
Shit.
Rick looks up from his notes and goes, "Whoa!"
Furiously thinking.
His eyes narrow a little as you hesitate and kind of struggle to come up with a good explanation.
Do you not have any religious zappy magic, Braxton?
Oh, I have access to magic, but I don't know if it would have the mark of Azora.
Of the cow.
I'm sorry, the cow?
The cowl of Azura? Is that was it a cowl or was it like a like a sheet for your head?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
can't remember if it had like an
I
official
don't know
title.
if it's right to get that out there.
But you better think of something quick. He's got a piece.
And sure enough, the piece in question, the finger has moved from the trigger guard to the trigger. He's a bit suspicious of you, Braxton.
Did you have concerns about us before, or is it?
I get all sorts coming through. Some of them have heard the rumours, some of them haven't. But no, you lot seemed like a more persistent bunch. I don't like that. I think it's probably a good idea that you get on your way.
Perhaps you are familiar with the Zone of Truth spell. If I cast that and knowingly went under its effects, would that suffice?
The crossbow lowers a little bit as he thinks about this. I'm familiar with this magic. I suppose that would work. He kind of points and gestures with a crossbow into a kind of a wider area of the tavern that's not taken up with chairs. Over there, where I can keep my eyes on all of you.
Move over.
Yep, go over. And so I start to cast the Zone of Truth. You slowly see a blue area surround me because I'm the central point of the spell at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And in the middle of the area, you see the impression of a hand, the symbol of Azora. And then after the cast, it's about 10 minutes. Okay. Ask away. I am under the spell.
Who are you and what is your purpose here?
I am Braxton, a loyal follower of Azora, searching for priceless artifacts relating to my deity.
What is your intention with these artifacts?
They are to be returned to the Bastion of Nurna, which is the stronghold of Azora in its modern form. We are possibly the only place that really worships Azora these days.
He kind of nods a little bit, thinks on this. And what do the Order intend to do with them once they have collected these artifacts?
So far, it is just for storage and to aid our prayers. I have not thought of any further use for them apart from their religious significance.
So he's kind of watching as you rattle off your answers, and obviously the Zone of Truth has no adverse reactions. But after a while, you kind of see his expression soften, and he nods to you and kind of gestures that you can kind of let the spell down now. And he rests the crossbow on the bar top. Well, I'll be damned! I didn't expect to see a brother so far south. He reaches into his tunic and kind of pulls from a chain around his neck a little pendant in the shape of a hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gregoire d'Anjou. I've been stationed here for quite some time. I don't know what they've told you back in the Bastion, but not all of these relics are as lost as the Grand Masters would lead you to believe. I have been responsible, me and my ancestors before me, of keeping this particular one hidden away from those prying hands. But you seem like a sincere sort. Again, it is an uncommon thing to find a fellow man of the faith. But
agreed. It is always nice to meet a fellow brother.
But I must say, this collection you're questing to undertake, I find it goes against my reason for being here. These artifacts, they're powerful things, and it was 4 generations ago that my great grandfather was tasked with making sure that nobody found this, not even brothers from the Order. We were to be secluded, out of touch. Eventually, memory would fade. Judging by the fact that he wandered in here, it seems that memory has indeed faded. But
well, interestingly, and perhaps worryingly to you, it wasn't ordered from the Bastion. We came across these sites from a map. I forget exactly where we procured this, but we managed to find one artifact and deemed the map was correct and sought to seek the other.
So he places that map after kind of taking it from your hands on the bar and lays it out and has a look. And yeah, sure enough, he obviously recognises where his tavern stands. Well, it's definitely accurate as far as this location goes, but I can't speak for the others.
We've now confirmed 3 of those, but it should be mentioned to you that we don't seem to be the only people looking for these. We've had some issues with others with slightly less pure intentions also looking for some of these locations.
Yes, I'm aware. I've had my fair share of those myself, hence the song and dance about sending you into that valley. As I said, it deters most, but no, I concur. There are definitely those who would do ill with these aspects if they were to be allowed to do so. But I confess it has been a long time since me and mine have had any contact with the Order, and I have always wondered whether times have moved on since then. Perhaps it would do good for all of these to be reacquired by the Order.
It may be as simple as moving the location of them. While there's a map like this, it seems inevitable that people will come searching for them.
Yes, I think that is likely to happen. Well, it's the purpose of me and my forebears have held for so long, and I was bringing my lad up to do the same once I'm gone. But if you can find it so easily, perhaps there are other maps like this. Maybe it would be better in Nirna. You can see, Braxton, there's pretty serious conflict going on. This has been his kind of life's purpose, really, to kind of safeguard this artifact. But you're clearly, not here to do any harm with these, and your intentions are pure. So he's really struggling. Well, I can tell you it's here, but retrieving it won't necessarily be a simple matter. The artifact itself is kept in the only surviving part of the monastery that was originally on this site, and that I'm afraid is the crypt. It sits below us, but I've sealed it as best I can. But I'm fairly confident that not all of its inhabitants slumber as they should.
It seems to be a common theme for the places we seem to stumble upon. It does not faze us that there may be some inhabitants there.
Well, I think perhaps it might be best for you to retrieve this. If the times are moving and there are forces that would do ill with these, it will only be a matter of time I suppose, until they do find us. And one day my crossbow isn't going to be enough to keep them out.
Yes, that may be right. And if we retrieve this artifact, you and your family will be relieved of your duty. You could move to the Bastion yourself.
Yes, that has always been a fantasy of mine. Come, I'll show you where you can find the entrance. And he leads you out past the stables to a well. And you can see this is quite a large well, and he kind of explains this a little bit. When we first moved here, this monastery was a ruin, but we built the inn to conceal most of it from passers-by. But the main steeple was a little more resilient than the rest and still stood. But with a little alteration, it makes for quite a good well, wouldn't you say?
Agreed. We detected nothing of the sort.
And as he says this, he kind of leads you to this well. And at the first glance, it looks fairly, fairly basic well. But as you get a bit closer and peer in, you can see that just below the water level, there are a few stairs kind of leading down, as if they'd been built into quite a tall tower some time ago. Now, I'm afraid you are going to get your feet wet for this one, but if you swim a little below that water, probably 5 feet under, in a direction back towards the main tavern, you should find a door. It's quite heavy, it's stone, but it's not locked.
I thank you. I will check it out. I guess I'll lead the way. Let's go swimming.
So you kind of tentatively sit yourself on the edge of a well, Braxton, and kind of swing your legs over. And as you drop in, your plate kind of accelerates your descent down. But as he says, this is a kind of an ersatz well, so there isn't a long way down. You do end up kind of on a stone floor, albeit submerged. And as you reach out in front of you, you can kind of feel this door. And true to his word, it is heavy, but with a good shove, you manage to open it a crack. And as you do, the water from the well kind of drains into the room. From the top there, Titus, you can kind of peer it over, see that Braxton is now kind of emerging as the water level recedes, and this door is quite apparent.
Oh, it's okay!
So, Braxton, you can see that this leads into a space that is of a similar size to the tavern above it, but the work is done entirely in stone and is very reminiscent of other crypts you've seen. So the rest of you, you're obviously still waiting there. Titus is obviously given the call that Braxton's okay. So I imagine you're going to follow him down?
Yeah, I have a big rope, so I sort of tie that off at the top of the well and let everybody climb down it.
Are we shocked about Titus's good thinking about the rope?
It's it's definitely useful, but Titus is a resourceful fellow. He's he's not book smart, but he's pretty world smart.
I was going to say ties the rope off and then just jumps in without hanging on it.
So it doesn't take much with the help of that rope for you guys to lower yourself down there and join Braxton.
Can you imagine? The world would have to take a con save.
The crypt is unlit. You can smell Braxton from the kind of the air, but it's stale, and that door hasn't been opened, you suspect, in generations. But as your dark vision kicks in, and you can kind of see the interior a little bit ahead of you with the grey, you can see that it consists of like a lot of Azuran crypts. So they are kind of a central passageway with alcoves either side containing various sarcophagi. However, at the end of it, you can see what appears to be quite a nice display case, although the glass is long since either frosted over or been covered with dust. You can't tell what's inside.
Go over and, hoping it's dust, just try and brush off the coating.
Okay, so as you approach the what's what I'm looking for, display case, you can see that yes, this is largely dust. So you rest your hand on it quite gently, very conscious of the fact that you're wearing armor and you don't want to cause this to shatter. But as you wipe this dust, there is some frosting in the glass, but you can see that lying on a very, very kind of faded velvet red pillow is a broken hand mirror. What you also see, just in time, out of the very corner of your eye, is something detach itself from the shadows of the corner of the crypt and drift slowly towards you. You pull yourself back before it has time to approach you fully, but everybody roll initiative.
I suppose there's no bonus to getting a
Oh my
nat 20
guys!
on this.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, so
No, but that is your nat 20 done.
yeah. Sorry, that's
Yeah, I
a
know.
lot.
I've rolled it as well.
Fucking hell.
18. Mine is not working because
Oh,
moved me on the
this
order.
has not. We used to have numbers here.
Yes, we did.
Oh, well.
Oh, actually, all of the drawings and stuff have gone.
Someone's deleted drawings.
When the hell did that happen?
Quickly reload a previous version.
Tell you what, if you put like a little dash and then your initiative number on your marker.
Oh, the cows.
Just so that we've got a sense of order until those can be redone.
I can't move mine for some reason.
Your token.
Yeah, I'm having a little lag.
Oh. Oh, that's good. I misread the fact that you had your initiative thing on there, and I was like, white 3 to 21? 21 enemies?
Yeah, that wouldn't have been great.
That was a bad moment
the
for
hell?
me there.
I can't move that. It keeps trying to
Titus
stop
U20.
it.
Oh yeah, it will snap things. I don't know.
There we go. There we go. Oh, that'll do. That'll do.
I'm just gonna shuffle these down
Oh,
for
oh, oh.
purposes
Yeah,
of...
it does. Yeah, as long as they're in order, it doesn't matter exactly where they are.
Oh, so someone went ahead and drew. Guy went ahead and drew some numbers, and you've just ruined it, Triss.
Okay, so you guys, if you want to scale your models up to, take up the relevant spacing.
There we go.
Okay, so Triss, you are starting us off at 23.
Geesh, right. Where are we at?
Just at the entrance.
Okay, and then these things here, are they through, like, walls?
So these sarcophagi are actually kind of behind cast iron grates. Each of these alcoves is kind of shut off from the others in the main hallway.
Okay, can we see through them?
You can, yes. They're kind of almost like a kind of portcullis grill.
Wait. Hang on. This map for me is like one tiny little square.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
It's
I'm gonna take a
big
screenshot.
enough on tiny little square. Yeah. Works for me.
Good for me.
Also, Titus is the smallest character on the board.
yeah. We need to scale him up a little bit.
Boss is here!
I need to cast Reduce Person on Titus.
He'd still be bigger than you. That's for fun.
I know.
Just like
really,
size. Hey, come back over here!
that sounds rich. I don't know why I'm saying that. Would it be worth maybe logging out and coming back in just to see if that
Probably.
does it?
Yeah.
Pull out and then ram it back in.
Ooh, they're
Um,
sexy.
Okay, so Triss, you're up first.
I don't know what to do with these. I'm gonna cast an infestation on Wraith number 2.
Okay.
Which is, what do we do for this? Con 17 save.
Okay. So that's a fail.
Okay, so it takes 2d6 poison damage and also moves 5 feet in a random direction. If it can move and its speed is at least 5 feet, and just roll
Okay.
a d.
So you should be in one of those right in the middle.
Okay, so he's taken 5 damage.
And how many feet did he move? Sorry.
5 feet. Just one
5
square.
feet. Just one square. So he's going to move back a bit.
Cool.
Okay.
And I'm going to move a bit further down, but sort of away from that.
Tell you what, because I'm a nice DM, roll an Arcana.
Ooh, okay. Ooh.
Sorry, Crispy, could you say that again? You're a nice DM.
It's all relative.
13.
13. Triss, that poison didn't seem to do much.
Oh, crap. I'd been concerned about that. Okay.
Alright, so number 3, I believe is this one. Kind of detecting the largest gathering of life. This creature is going to move. Titus, as you watch in surprise and horror as this thing kind of emerges through this wall and kind of slips through the grill before
Jesus.
making its way towards you, kind of hands reaching. And he is going to attack you with his life drain. And he is not going to do much with it, so take an opportunity attack. You saw him coming through this wall.
So, Titus has his shield and his non-magical axe out at the minute, and he's going to just swing wildly at the creature.
Uh-huh.
That is going to be a 22.
22 hits.
Okay. And then that is just 11 damage.
So, Titus, this creature, as it emerges, you kind of instinctively lash out with it, but the steel axe passes through it with a few wisps of, well, what looks like clouds, but you can't be sure. But the creature keeps coming.
Just did nothing.
You don't know for sure.
Bugger. Okay.
All right, you're up.
In that case, having seen that not work too well, he's going to drop it because he knows what will.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to pull out the big axe off his back.
What's your AC when you've got that out again?
It goes down to, I can just push something right here, give me 1 second. AC is down to 17 now.
17, okay.
Down from 20, because remember, Guy took the...
Yeah, he took the
shield, yeah. So yeah, down to 17. And then he's gonna bonus action rage.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna take 2 big swings at that guy. Reckless. Okay, that is a 25.
That one hits.
Okay. It's 10
Mm-hmm.
plus 6 plus 3, so 19 on the first hit.
Okay.
My con save to make sure I don't. Oh, that's right! I forgot about that. I don't have to do that anymore, do I? Sorry about
No,
that.
you don't.
Wonderful. Okay, and the second one. 26.
That also a hit.
And just 10 damage.
Okay. So, Titus, this axe, as you.
Oh wait, I
suspected,
forgot
works a bit
the.
better.
Sorry, I forgot the
Oh yeah, you get your default. You would need to roll this separately anyway.
Yep. Sorry, and that is 7 fire damage then.
7 fire damage. Okay, so yeah, this axe, as you suspected, this does something to it. And as this obsidian blade passes through this creature, it does noticeably wince.
Beautiful.
Braxton, having seen this kind of appear, you've managed to get yourself back into a defensive stance just in time. But now you're face to face with it.
Well, ain't much to it but to do it. Let's just go straight in. 2 attacks.
Uh-huh.
With my. Can't even remember what weapon I've got now. Sword, right?
Yeah, you've got your great sword. Oh, sorry, long sword.
Yeah, my longsword. There we go. So 2 attacks.
One hit, one miss.
Yep. So that's gonna be a. Let's stick on just a level 1 smite for now for that.
Okay. You want to roll that up then?
Yeah, just checking the dice. So the sword on its own, just in case it splits,
Uh-huh.
it is 5, and then the smite is 10.
So yeah, the blaze kind of passes through, finding no bite, but as the energy channels through it, you kind of hear that clap of thunder. And the light kind of emitting from the blade seems to cause this creature some distress.
Nice. That's my turn done.
Awesome. I already have all them. We're going to have a roll off if we're tied, so let's do that.
No, I'm guessing you're probably going to go first somehow.
Uh-huh. So we'll just use those results as well to save us from rolling every time. So the second Wraith, Triss, is coming for you.
Uh-oh.
Again, just gliding through these walls as if they weren't there. But it's going to go after you with its life drain attack. Oof.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so big numbers inbound.
Okay. Oh.
Triss, you take 36 necrotic damage.
Oh, necrotic too.
Ah! Right! Necrotic. Okay.
So I also need you to make a con save for me, DC 14.
Is this me?
It is, yes.
What?
Oh.
Okay. Is that just no bonuses as well? Just
That's
a flat
flat
roll?
14, yep.
Lucky for you, or your max health would have decreased by that same amount.
Holy shit.
So Triss,
Jesus.
this creature just reaches out and kind of plants one of its vaporeal hands like right over your heart, and you just feel this icy cold start just emanating from this point of contact as your very life force is kind of forcefully removed by this creature. You kind of stand there almost paralyzed for a second or two before you manage to snap out of it and pull yourself away. But that is the creature's turn. Havel, you're up.
Cool. Let's have a quick look at my speaking
Just an idea, Havel. You could delay until after Toric's turn.
I could, but I don't feel like Havel would just fucking chill out.
Yeah, Havel's got a pretty good ringside seat of what's just gone on, so...
And he is a man of action, if nothing else.
Not necessarily effective action, but action nonetheless.
So, which one do I want to go for? I'm probably going to go for 2, because, I mean, Titus looks pretty chill. He's pretty cool. It looks like he's got it. So seeing Triss get hit. Bonus action of Hunter's Mark on Wraith number 2.
Okay.
So that'll come in effect next round. And using Iridium arrows now.
Okay.
Because I've seen what they do to shit, and these guys look pretty freaky. Yeah, I'll just blast 2 off, I suppose.
Okay. Roll them up.
Does a 13
I'm
and
going
a
to save you
29.
the trouble of doing the maths there. That's going to be 2 hits.
Only a 30 and a 29. They are d8s, right? Before I had to start throwing fucking... Yeah, right, okay. Oof, 20 damage.
20 damage. So yes, these iridiums do actually stick into this wraith's form, which is kind of weird because it's still see-through, but the arrows are now lodged in the kind of wispy clouds of its lower abdomen. But yeah, as it does, back away from Triss a little bit as these hit, it's not long before it seems to forget about them, and you see that cold purpose reappear in its eyes. And then number 1 is going to try and kind of... It's lost the element of surprise, but it's still intent on trying to get you there, Braxton. So he's going to, again, use his life drain on you. 26, so that is going to hit as well.
Sure is.
So 18 necrotic damage, Braxton, and then a DC 14 con save, if you will.
Funnily enough, that's a 14.
It's a skin of our teeth kind of night tonight. So yeah, same kind of phenomena happens for you, Braxton. You just feel this icy chill. But you manage to kind of clear your mind and take a defensive step backwards, and using your shield, you sever the grip.
Yeah, that's necrotic damage then, right?
It is, yeah.
Cool.
Interesting fact, though, necrotic damage doesn't necessarily mean an instant death. Turns out that is just some spells that have that. Because I was curious about this because I did some research, but there are some spells that just happen to be necrotic damage where it's an instant death. But
That's relief.
from what I've read, it's otherwise just a damage type. there's only a few spells that have that little caveat of instant death on reaching 0. But anyway, Torek.
Cool. I'm going to advance this way, coming round halfway. Actually. Ooh, do I buff you? Do I buff you? What do you think, Havel? Do you want to get buff?
Havel does like being buff.
You're probably the most viable person to buff right now. Yeah, I'm gonna cast a spell on you. I'm going to.
That's exactly just what went through my head.
Your weapon is non-magical, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm gonna make it magical. So Torek's gonna reach out as you like fire these arrows, and he's just gonna click like a metal module on like the bottom of where the arrows get fed in, and this little module is going to start electrifying your arrows. So the weapon will do an extra 1d4 lightning damage and get a +1 to attack rolls.
God, no, I needed that.
Yeah, that'll help have all those misses. But yeah, cool. So you kind of fit this as Havel's kind of reaching into his quiver for the next volley.
I just go enjoy and come round here. Let's see. I've got 1 space of movement left, so I'll put my fine self here behind Titus, and I am out of range to heal Braxton. Triss took a big hit.
I can't be healed anyway because it's necrotic damage, right?
No, you can be healed. It's because you passed the con save. Your max health is.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure on that. You have piqued my curiosity though.
No.
Damn it.
Almost a year into.
Damage had its own mechanics like that. If like fire damage had a chance to set you ablaze or something.
Yeah, what's that? There's no mention of any special treatment in necrotic damage over any other type of damage, nor do any of the healing spells mention it. No, I think you can be healed. You're looking pretty good from it, from what I can tell.
Okay.
It's only if your kind of maximum hit points would have been removed as well that you wouldn't be able to get that back.
Is that what happened to Triss?
Yeah.
Or
No,
did she get...
she passed it as well.
Thankfully.
Yeah, you guys both just about managed to get what you needed. So
Skimmed
you're
through.
You're all doing pretty good.
Cool. Triss, I'm going to give you a healing word.
Thank you.
I'm going to use this 1 spell slot. And you gain 14 health.
Beautiful.
14 health to Triss.
And, let's see. Homie cannot perform any action outside of dodge, but he is going to detach off and try and fly over to Braxton. Maybe give him a hand. I don't like him being so far from the party, so maybe just having him there, watching over him just in case.
Okay.
And my turn.
Okay, so as Homunculus flies off and you give Triss a syringe full of the good stuff, Triss, you can't come back to your senses a bit and realise you're face to face with a. I think you probably don't want to be face to face too.
Little bit. Oh, right. So, I am going to Eldritch Blast. I'm going to do the double what's it at it, and I'm going to use Repelling Blast. So if I'm successful, how much do I push him back each?
Was it 10 or 15?
Just double checking, I can never remember. 10 feet
Okay.
for each blast.
Okay. That's going to be 2 hits.
Yeah, 23 to 14 and... Oh, hold on. I've done those separately. Have I done those separately? 2d10. I think I've rolled the wrong dice anyway, have I?
What we after d10s?
Yeah, d10s. So that's 1 and 2. So that is 14 and 16.
Okay, so 30 damage. And he is getting blown back, isn't he?
Yeah, 20 foot.
Okay, so you kind of hit this with the blast, and this does seem to actually kind of dissipate in this thing's torso. The energy clearly does connect.
I'm now able to safely move away from him, aren't I?
You are, yes.
Oh, jeez, okay. I'm gonna put myself in this back corner, and that's me.
Okay. Then next in our list is number 3. So he is still intent on trying to get to Titus, so he's going to make his life drain attack again. And it's going to miss. Titus, you kind of a little bit more sprightly now that shield's gone. You see this kind of fairly clumsy grasp reaching out for you, and you're going to back away and out of this thing's reach. And now it's your turn.
Perfect. So as I sort of hop back, I actually going to position myself because I want to sort of move down the hallway eventually. And sort of get in between Torek and the creature. Just a little adjustment to the side.
Okay.
Then I'm going to throw my attacks.
Sure.
Reckless. It's 20.
That would hit.
Fact. Oh, bugger. I'll add that in a sec. So that first one is 18. And
Okay.
then 3 fire damage.
Okay.
And the second one, 27 to hit.
Hits, yep.
Then 14 and 2 fire damage.
14 2 damage. Okay, so yeah, these axe swings again just kind of come down on that outstretched arm. The first one before following it up with an upwards kind of strike to the chest. But yeah, this obsidian edge seems to be biting.
I'm going to... Yeah, I can't use my bonus action because I've not got my shield. Damn! Okay.
Okay, Braxton.
Right. First of all, I'm going to bonus action Shield of Faith on myself to
Sure.
raise my AC by 2. And then I'm just going to swing at this guy twice again.
So what's that put you on 24 now?
20. I've got my base as 21 with the. Hang on.
I don't know if Torek's buffed anything since I've last checked.
Chainmail and a shield plus 2 gives me 21.
21, okay, and then 23 with the Shield of Faith.
The infusion is still on your shield, Braxton.
What does the infusion do?
I believe it's plus 2 AC.
I'm confused. We'll call it 21 for now and we'll figure it out another time. So yeah, 23 with the Shield of Faith, let's call it.
Okay.
And then 2 attacks. Uh, 12 and a 23.
Again, 1 hit, 1 miss.
I'm gonna up the ante and get a level 2 smite on this guy.
So roll that, please.
So the sword is 5 again,
Uh-huh.
and the smite is nice 17.
Okay, so again, this creature just recoils under the impact of this smite. It's
And no movement.
Okay. So then that puts us for number 2. This creature's not particularly happy with the magic damage it's just taken. It's looking to vent a bit of pent-up anger. Titus, this is actually going to pass through you.
Oh!
So roll a con save for me, DC 14.
That is a 21.
The feeling is one of an incredible chill, but you kind of grit your teeth and bear it. It is, however, now going to try and life drain Torek.
Okay, I'm going to shield this.
Okay, so that's 19. So shielding. What's that do? Is that an AC buff to?
No. So that is the
Or your ancestral guardian.
ancestral protectors. Yeah.
Okay,
The
so I'll need to roll damage, won't I? Yeah.
spirit shield. Yeah. 3d6 reduce. So
Okay, so Tarek, let's roll you your damage first. That's
dude,
24.
these do so much damage, and then minus. Take 13 off that.
Okay, so Tarek, you take 11 damage, and I need you to make a DC 14 con.
But that is my reaction done.
I failed. Oh,
Tarek,
but, yeah.
Your max health is now reduced by the same amount, 52.
Oh my god.
Alrighty then. 52. I can live with this. Maybe.
For now.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, this ice just seeps into your very bones, Tarek. If it weren't for Titus kind of barreling in and intervening, that kind of brings you back to your senses, you dare say it could have been a good deal worse.
My undergarment status has been updated accordingly.
Okay, Hal.
Well, seeing the shit that's gone down, he's gonna back off a little bit. He's gonna be like, "Fuck this shit, I am out." So the potion of boldness, what does it do again? So it's +4 to attack, but it's saving throws as well.
I think
Guy.
it's the same for us. Is that right, Guy?
The potion of boldness will give the drinker a d4 and add the number to every attack roll and saving throw they make for the next minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
default to it. Cool.
Yeah, given everything that's currently going on, methinks me more drink.
Okay, so chug that potion.
And I don't. Yeah, it's not really anything I can cast right now that's of any use. So
no,
that's about it for me, I guess.
Okay, so this colourless potion, Havel.
Here we go.
This kind of tastes like windows. Like, this takes you back to fond childhood memories of licking the village windows.
As you do.
It was
delicious.
the only source of fresh water.
And the skip, did you let us fucking condensed on it?
Havel had a fairly deprived childhood.
Brilliant. Yeah. All right then.
Okay.
You'll be glad to know I succeeded the con save to keep my concentration up for your weapon.
Oh, sick. I didn't realise it was a concentration thing, but excellent. Very good.
Okay. So, Rafe number 1, he's not really enjoying this smite very much. So he is going to actually flip through you, Braxton, in an attempt to get away. So first of all, I need a con save DC 14.
Yes, 18.
So you brace yourself against this cold, and then attack of opportunity.
Yes.
I wonder what comes next.
God, we did all my spell slots. I'll just do a level 1 smite. Just.
Okay, sure. So roll it up for me.
Sword is 9 damage, and then the smite is 14 damage.
Okay. So again, another good connection as a parting gift. But this thing continues on its kind of oddly graceful path as it kind of floats through the air. And it is now going to attack Titus with its life drain.
Bugger. Oh, we getting surrounded, boy.
So that's a hit. And that's going to be 20 damage, Titus, and I need the con save. And holy shit, I've actually done full damage to Titus because he's not resistant to necrotic.
That is 19.
Okay, so your max health stays as is.
Ooh, but I did actually take that
Full
damage.
from something, yeah.
Oh
That's
my god.
Delicious. Rarity.
This is very very rare. 20 damage. God damn. Ooh. Somebody help.
Okay, Torek, you obviously are kind of seeing the situation around you. It's not the best situation you've ever been in, put it that way.
No. Quite far from the best situation I've ever been in, actually.
Get out of here, little one!
No.
No, I've got a bomb ready!
They would certainly get an attack, given by the opportunity of the thing.
In fact, the opportunity attacks invoked would cause me serious damage.
Yeah. My health would be significantly reduced. I think I will. Shoot, hang on. I don't think I can apply my potions to other people as a standard action, can I?
I don't think you can.
That is a shame. I need to work on some kind of like
Uh,
skin appliance.
I think, isn't it a bonus
Hang on,
action
hang
to
on,
take one yourself and then...
Let me have a look. Because, I'm not sure about applying.
I think it's like on the GM's basis.
I
But
will
can't remember.
consult the interweb just to...
I thought it was an action, like a full action potion.
Okay, let's have a look.
Use an object.
Directly from the DMG, it looks like it is a full action, but it can be done. So no, I'd let you do that then. It would be action, but I'm assuming the caveat here is if it's a willing creature. So if Titus is willing, I will let you dose him up. But,
I'm gonna give him the effect of a potion. I'm gonna give him a potion of resilience.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Titus, you gain 1 AC for a time period. 10 minutes.
A time period.
Oh, and did you roll your temporary hit points, Havel?
Oh shit! No, I forgot that was a thing.
2d6 plus 5.
What is happening? What the fuck is going on?
Chaz, you also gain 14 temporary hit points.
Cool. So what I need
14
to do, I need to do
sick.
2d6 plus 5.
What is this green cube?
I don't know what I did.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus,
You
man.
made it to
And
this
I
point.
get 11 temporary hit points.
11 temporary hit points for Havel. Okay. And then Titus, your AC is now what's that?
18.
18. Yep.
I can't heal myself. But I think I'm going to use my bonus action to activate Homie's attack and stay put where I am.
Okay. Yeah, roll it.
Cool. Let me just find out what.
Assuming this is the one closest to it.
Yeah, of course. I don't think it'd make much sense aiming for any of the others. All right, Hermie, I want you to snipe between Titus's legs. So that was 13 plus 6, 19 on the hit.
Yep, that hits.
Sick. And this is going to be force damage, 1d4 plus 4. Oh, 8 force damage.
Okay, so yeah, the bolt hits it in the back.
Very nice.
And it seems the energy does get dissipated to the creature. Alrighty.
Okay.
Okay, Trish, you're up.
So, I'm going to hit Wraith number 2 with Dissonant Whispers. And he's got to save a Wisdom 17.
Wisdom 17, okay.
Yep.
That fails.
Okay, so he's going to take 3d6 damage? Hold on a second, let me just double check that. No, it's 7d6. Holy moly.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
7d6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he's got to move as far away as his 20 damage.
Goddamn, Pascal.
That's 20 psychic damage and yeah, immediately use its reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows away from you. Doesn't move into obviously dangerous ground.
No, so it is just going to bolt down the corridor. So it's going to go through Torek. 5, 6. As far as its movement, you say.
Mm-hmm.
It's also going to go through Braxton. So I need DC 14 from both of you, please.
Sorry, guys.
Con save.
Oh,
Shit.
for
Not for you. You're okay.
okay.
So you guys have
Flash
failed.
of inspiration.
So,
Flash of genius. Ah,
Flash
I
of
passed.
genius. Okay. So Braxton, you have failed, and you're going to take some damage from the cold there. So you're going to take 13 cold damage at Braxton as this thing passes through you.
Thank you. I need to check for concentration.
And Triss, roll that d20 to see if you get that slot back.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Con.
Yes.
Oh, that's an
You did?
11. It's a con save.
Not quite, is it?
So I'm still concentrating.
Yeah, it's not quite enough to fairly good. And Triss got a spell slot back, so could have been worse. Anything else? Any movement, Triss?
No, I'm going to keep myself there, I think.
Okay, so Braxton has swapped one wraith for another.
Sorry, Braxton.
Thanks.
That wasn't what I intended.
And number 3 is he's actually seen, he's a lot of this magic coming from this corner, and he's not particularly fond of that, so he's going to drift off. So Titus, you'll get an attack opportunity.
Great.
He's going to come for you again, Triss. So Chaz, roll it up first, and then we'll deal with Wraith's attacks.
Do I still get advantage? Or?
I mean, you're still raging and reckless, so
Perfect.
I would say that would be acceptable.
Oh god, yes. Oh god, yeah. Oh fuck yeah, but okay, so we have
It's not bad.
8 fire damage and
Okay.
then 19, 26 35 normal damage.
Okay, so
Piercing.
it's a big hit, and this creature kind of flickers for a moment, but it keeps going, and it attacks Triss with its life drain. Luckily for you, Triss, the blow has caused it to fade enough that its reach is a bit slower than it was the last time. You managed to just back away in the nick of time. There's only a few inches in it, but it doesn't make contact. Now, Titus, you're up again.
Okay. I'm gonna try and free up and just kill off Wraith 1. So I'm just gonna 2 big attacks on him.
Okay.
So that is just 16.
That is going to be 2 misses. Actually,
Okay.
no, that's an advantage, isn't it? You just roll the same
Yep.
numbers.
And
one
then
hits.
23. Okay, good. Oh man. So just 10 damage and 3 fire.
Okay. So yeah, you kind of keep going at this one, but it's not seemingly too bothered just yet.
And Braxton's sort of on his own, so I'm gonna try and maneuver around it.
Okay.
Just to sort of position myself better to help him.
Okay, so you kind of skirt around it while you're slashing away. And then if that's it, it'll be Braxton's turn.
Oh, right you are. Well, might as well just take 2 swings of the Wraith number 2 who's come and joined the party.
Uh-huh. Give him that good old northern hospitality.
Oh, that was so nearly a nat one. I think that's a hit and a miss. 20, 21 and 13.
Yes, right you are.
So I'll just keep this one standard. Burning through these spell slots pretty sharpish. So that's 9 damage.
9 damage to him. So again, the sword goes through, but without the smite, it doesn't have the same effect as your previous hits have. But your sword is still cleaving a little bit of its mist-like form when it passes through. Okay, number 2 is still kicking, and he is going to try and just drain you again, Braxton.
Bring it.
And he fails so spectacularly that you can get a swing at him.
Nice. Oh,
Hits.
nice. 12 damage.
12 damage, okay. Right, so that was him. Havel.
That is my name.
Potion chugged. Hard on acquired. Let's go.
Raging hard on. Don't forget the raging part.
Oh, that's just implied.
All right then. Bollocks. Which was the wraith that originally attacked Triss?
2.
All the way down over here fighting Braxton now.
Oh, that's kind of annoying. Well, for next round, I'll choose fucking level 1 again on Wraith number 3 with Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
So I'll get some extra then. But let's do 2 more of these Iridium arrows. Slowly dwindling.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Okay, so
So that's
one hit and one miss. So
does
roll.
the potion of boldness +4 negate that one?
I'm afraid it does not. So you're firing those at Wraith 3. So roll the one that hit for that.
Right. Okay. So what was the lightning? A D4? Did you say?
Plus a D4
Yeah.
thunder damage. Yeah.
I know
I'll just
that
do
extra
based
damage
on
will count as
my-
lightning.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to do it for my own
Also,
thing.
your
That's
entire weapon counts as magical.
1 lightning damage plus 13.
13 for Wraith 3. Okay. And then roll damage against Triss for that one.
Oh, this is what it's going to be like the fucking highest it can be. 13 plus 2 lightning.
Okay, so 15 damage to Triss. Takes it down to what?
You're welcome.
31.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
As you aim for this Wraith, you don't notice that Triss is directly behind it. The Iridium kind of this one and nicks it in the side, but it doesn't get stopped in the same way that the first one does, and carries on going straight into Triss's abdomen. You nearly poked her eye out.
Hey. Good times.
Okay, any movements or anything else, or are you good?
No, I've moved a bit from where I was. So.
Please do nothing else.
Okay, so Wraith number 1 is still not particularly happy with Titus, so he's going to try and drain again. Oof, big numbers incoming.
I'm gonna shield it. Shield it. Reaction.
Okay.
Reaction. Shield it.
Yep.
Jesus Christ! I was waiting for a crit. Oh god. Oh god.
So 27. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I could. Those 1s and 3s. 27 minus 5.
So it's going to
22.
be 22 damage to you there, Titus. And then the
And a
con save.
con save. Okay.
Take a +5 to that con save.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh, thank you.
Well, I already declared it, so I just don't want you to
14.
lose max health in this fight.
14, and then
So what's that? Puts you on, after your temporary hit points are gone, 93, doesn't it?
yes,
And what was that con save come out as?
that is a 28.
So that's fine. Your max health again stays put.
No, yeah, 94 hit points left by my math.
Tanky.
So he's pretty chunky. And Toric, you're right.
All right. Making a ranged attack to a guy next to you you're engaged with is disadvantage, isn't it?
It is, yes.
So I'm going to instead of doing that, I'm going to shocking grasp the one next to me.
Okay.
Ooh, hey,
Hits.
that's a 28.
Yeah,
and
definitely
this'll
hits.
do-
That means it loses its reaction, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
It'll do
That is a
2d8.
curious beam.
Curious beam. That'll be 9 damage, lightning.
Okay.
Dumb how lightning and thunder damage are 2 separate things.
So that's you kind of see a few sparks run up this kind of cloud that makes up this creature. You can see that it's conductive, at least.
Ooh. Let's use my bonus action to get Homie in on the action, see if he can add some voltage. High voltage, I technically mean force damage, but you know, I just wanted to be thematic. Dirty 20.
Another
Chaz, you
hit.
said dirty 20 earlier. Is that a thing? I've been thinking about it ever since. 7 force damage.
7 force damage, okay.
Dirty.
Alright, so Tarek is gone. Tris, you're up.
Okay, so I'm going to go for another Dissonant Whispers at number 3 in front of me. So that's a Wisdom 17 that he needs to save.
We got bits of that. I got the Dissonant Whispers. I'm assuming it was Wraith 3.
Yes, and Wisdom 17.
Wisdom 17, okay. I'm afraid it passes that one.
Oh shit. Let me just double check and see whether there's anything else I can do.
You can roll your d20 to see if you get that slot back.
Oh yeah, that's a nice idea. Oh no.
Not this time. So that's your lot.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's me. Flailing
Okay.
around.
So, yeah, number 3 is actually not too keen on the arrows that it's been getting. So, Tris is going to drift away from you. If you have any touch range magical cantrips, I would let you do that in place of a physical melee opportunity attack.
I do. Do I produce flame? Could I use produce flame and try and punch it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That hits.
Cool. So that will be a 2d8. So that's 5 fire damage.
5 fire damage to it. Okay, so it's not enough to bring it down, but again, it does flicker a little bit, as if it's kind of trying to maintain its form here. And then Havel is going to attack you with its life drain attack. And it's going to hit.
Oh.
So what's that? 18, and you have some temporary hit points, don't you?
Yeah, 11.
So 7 damage in total. So what's that? 57 max HP. Sorry, and I need a DC 14 save for your max HP.
Yeah. Cool.
Yep, so your max HP is fine. And that is going to be the end of his go. So that brings us to Titus.
Perfect. This may surprise everyone. Which... I mean, there's no way to tell which of these are bloodied, right?
Yeah, they don't really show wounds like they're more corporeal alternatives might.
However... I feel like me and Guy are doing some decent damage to Wraith 1, so let's try and get rid of that, and then... Okay. So I'm just gonna focus on killing Wraith 1.
Sure.
Even though it has no reaction. 15.
That's a mess.
Come on, Titus. There we go, 27.
That's a hit.
Oh, man. 10 and 2.
So again, a bit of a fumbled hit.
Nothing like a 12 damage Titus turn. That's good.
So yeah, fumbled hit, but it does at least connect, if not properly. But you feel you could have done better.
Now, Braxton's been on his own here with Wraith 2. Is anybody really in trouble, guys?
Actually, not massively right now. Not in a great position by any stretch, but could be worse.
And Crispy, just to confirm, you do not use flanking, right? 'Cause
I
it's
do not use flanking.
OP, yeah. It is very OP. Okay,
Especially
I'm
with a
gonna.
big party. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I agree. All right, I'm gonna stay put.
Alrighty.
Bit of a lackluster turn there. Sorry, guys.
Braxton.
I'm also going to shock you all. And just do 2 attacks on this guy. Rave 2. A 15 and a 26.
Kind of becoming a bit of a theme for the evening for you, but a hit and a miss.
Alright. Nice, max damage again though. That's 12 damage.
12 damage to Wraith number 2. Okay.
And yeah, that's it.
Sure. So, Wraith number 2 is now. Well, you probably guessed it. By now, it should be becoming fairly obvious. So 25, that's going to hit.
No.
And that's going to be 19, and I need that save from you again.
Oh no!
So
That's alright. So max health is down 19.
down 19, yeah.
Oh, I should have blocked that.
And I also need to do the save for concentration, which is like a 4+. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so big hit from that one for Braxton. Okay, so Havel, you are now obviously a bit closer than your usual engagements are, but Wraith 3 is upon you.
Okay. Methinks Mia's gonna. You know what? I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna move away.
Okay, so you're going to get that attack of opportunity.
And using my thingy.
Oh, hold on. Before you do anything else, let's see if you die.
I was going to say impose disadvantage
What?
using my cloak.
Okay, yeah, so 20 is one of them. That's probably
Do it again.
Okay, it's a hit.
If you got number 20, I would have been so pissed off.
Yeah, well, it's going through, but it's not a crit, so.
Yeah. Only partial damage.
Look at the bright side here.
He failed this dodge. Reroll!
14 damage there to you. And then I need that con save, please.
Aye. And I still get the +4 as well. Oh, don't even need it.
Yep, your max health remains where it was.
Cool. But that gives me a bit more room to spank this boy. Give me 1 second. I need to. Didn't take the last 2 off. I just want to know exactly how many I've got left. Ooh. Gonna have to buy more next time we go. Yeah, 2 Iridium arrows at Wraith number 3.
Okay.
Better fucking hit. Right. So is it just a straight +4 guy? Is it a D4, did you say?
It's a D4.
D4, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. So we'll just go in order of order. Oh, well. So for I don't know, that's like a 20 and a 30 summit.
Yeah, that hits.
I'll figure out the maths later. Till then. So we have 6 lightning damage
Mm-hmm.
and 27 from the standard arrow. Oh, from the iridium, sorry.
So, Harold, you run behind this thing. As you take that kind of hit, you duck down and grit your teeth and try and pull yourself free. And as you go, you kind of fire off these 2 arrows into this creature. And as the iridium strikes home, the creature kind of screeches, and its form just kind of dissipates, and not quite an explosion, but it's a bit more anticlimactic than that. But the mist kind of disappears until it's dispersed enough to be no longer visible.
Cool. And before I end my row, because I'm assuming this is a pillar, it's the only one I can see. Once you've killed something marked by Hunter's Mark, you use your bonus action to move it to another creature you can see. So I'll put it on number 2, because I imagine my line of sight's blocked on that one.
You used your bonus action to impose disadvantage.
I thought that was just the cloak. I thought it was.
Yeah, but it's in combat. It's a bonus action to
Oh shit! Right. Okay. Yeah. Never mind then. Never mind.
Sorry to burst that particular bubble.
It's cool.
Okay, but I mean, to be honest, you nullified a crit and killed one, so not a terrible turn.
Yeah, it could be worse.
What are your interests in breathing room?
Yeah, I'm done then.
Okay, so Wraith number 1. This time he's actually just been zapped in the back. He's going to turn around and lash out at Torek.
Block!
It goes through.
Because it's a Wraith.
So 22.
Oh no, this was bad.
7, so 15 damage to Torek.
And I roll con.
You do.
Look like I get a +5. Oh no.
Yep, no, your max is down to 37 along with your current health. But it is now your go.
I'm gonna zap him again. That seemed to actually be quite effective. I just spam.
Oh god.
I hate to say it, guy, but weakened by the Wraith's attentions, you are sluggish in your attempt to grasp it, and it makes another attack against you.
Oh no.
And it hits, and Titus has used his reaction.
Yeah, it's gone. Sorry, boy.
Another 15.
And I'm gonna use my reaction to add 5 to this roll.
Okay.
So that's good thing too. I would have failed by 1.
Just what you need. So your max health stays at 37, but your current health is down to 22.
Well, I mean, not lovely, but I'm gonna bonus action for Homie to kill this fool. That's not a high roll. I think that's 15.
That's a miss, I'm afraid.
That's all right.
Okay. Triss, you're up.
Okay. So there's this whole situation in the middle. I'm gonna move down a bit. Down to here. And then I'm gonna Eldritch Blast number 2 because I can see that Braxton's on his own down there.
Okay. So yeah, roll those up for me.
23 and 14.
Hit and a miss.
Cool. I'll Repelling Blast it as well. Ooh. That's +5. Is it +5? Where am I looking? +5. Hold on. Hold on. I've rolled up too much damage there. That should be 14 damage.
14 damage. Okay.
Yeah. And 10 feet back.
And 10 feet back. So you kind of blast this thing actually through the wall of a crypt. It's there, but you guys can't see it.
Cool. And that's me.
Okay. So then that brings us to Titus. I think we know what is coming.
Yes, indeed, you do. So 1. And that is a, oh, yes. 21 normal, 2 fire.
Okay.
That's a 24 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
That is 15 normal and 3 fire.
So, Titus, as you hit this one, you ever so slightly see a little flicker. It's very brief, but there's just a little bit. A little bit of a flicker.
Guy did not shocking grasp him, right?
He tried, but not
Okay.
successfully.
I'm gonna stay put then.
Okay.
I want to help Braxton, but okay, that's the end of my turn.
All right, Braxton.
I'm going to help myself. I'm going to move this way. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
Perfect. There he is.
Do you allow diagonal like contact attacks? Or
Yeah, that's within 5 feet. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I'll attack Wraith 1 then. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Hit and a miss as usual.
Yep.
Uh, 7 damage.
7 damage to it. Okay. All right, so Wraith 2. Triss, you watch as this thing, kind of incensed with anger, bursts through the crypt wall, coming straight back at you, gliding quickly and menacingly with a purpose towards you.
Oops.
Hand outstretched. It's going to be 17, which I think is just... Yeah, it does it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
You need to probably look against some better armor.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, 16 is my armor class.
Okay, so 15 damage.
On the right side, you get +4 to this save.
Yes, and it is a con save, please.
Okay, that's nice to have something added onto it.
So your max health goes down by 15 as well. Well, you've managed to resist those so far, so it's not actually too bad. Okay, now Havel, you're kind of face now with this kind of mass of brawling combatants here, but you can see your targets clearly.
Excellent. Da-da-da. Knowing that these guys have been battling Wraith number 1, it's gonna take my opportunity to see if I can help take it out. So 2 more of those Iridium bad boys. Plus 2 and a 4. It's funny because that's pretty much exactly how they landed. So that's a 4 plus 13, 17, and then an 8 plus 13, 20 summit, 21.
So those are 2 hits.
Oh, amazing. And that will be 19 damage and 3 lightning damage. 19 arrow damage, whatever it is, piercing.
Okay.
Piercing,
yeah. Okay, so the arrows they strike and they stick again. The creature again, it flickers a little bit longer this time.
Damn, how much health does this thing have? I'll save my bonus action this round. I don't need much else to do.
Okay. So Wraith number 1, he is going to continue his attack against Titus now that he's thinks he's dealt with Torek. That's a hit. $20 necrotic damage, Titus.
Okay.
And I need that con save, please.
Oh man, these things do a lot of damage. That is
Remember, you have
14.
Braxton's bonus there, so
So that is 18 then.
that's a pass. You would have been fine anyway with 14, but good to have the bonuses when they're there. So your max health again surprisingly remains fine. Odd for Barbarian is people to deal with stuff like that. Who'd have thunk it? And then Torek, you're up. In fact, Torek, roll me an Arcana. You've been fighting these guys for a while.
Sorry, just muted myself. Just as I was starting to talk. 19 is that?
19. You notice that as this creature seems to be drawing life out from Titus, the flickering settles down a bit. It's stable.
Oh shit! There.
Oh my god, it's healing.
Well, it's life drain, so the drain is going into him. Okay.
No wonder this one's lasted ages.
Quickly hit it with a Phoenix down.
Oh, that's a Final Fantasy reference. Yeah, I get that.
I get that. I get that one.
I get that. I'm not sure what to do about that. Titus bigger make a difference. Will running help? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna stay in combat. I'm going to lightning grasp him.
Sure.
Oh yeah,
that's
a good number. It does this much lightning.
Okay.
There goes his reaction, and gonna break some distance so he can't life steal me.
Sure.
And I'm going to bonus action to activate Homie again.
Okay. Same target.
Yeah. That's 19 to hit.
That is gonna do it.
Nice. 1d4 plus 4 force. Homie's damage rolls are on point.
He's been doing pretty well today. So again, this blast kind of impacts it a little below the sternum, and again, there's that momentary flicker. Very brief again, but it's there. Okay. Triss, you're up.
Ugh. Ba, ba, ba. Hold on, where am I stood? Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go Wraith number 2, and I'm gonna double Eldritch Blast and drop
Well,
a
I
link.
might be on the agenda.
Yeah, if in doubt. So that's 20 and 21.
2 hits.
Cool. And so that's 23 damage and
23
20
damage.
foot back. Just directly away from me.
Mm-hmm. The homunculus is resistant to cold damage, being a mechanical entity. So you don't need to worry about that.
And that's me.
Okay. Titus.
Okay. I'm gonna absolutely fucking eviscerate this thing. I am finished with Wraith 1 now. $26.
Hits.
Come on, baby. Give me another crit. Oh, Titus, come on. 12 damage there.
Okay.
Oh, it looked like it was Please, Titus, come on. Oh! That is 11 and 4 for the second one.
Uh-huh. I'll do it.
Oh, I got him! Oh, dude, I mean, like, as it goes in, you guys see, as I whip the axe through the creature, you see the sort of wraith's undead soul sort of float. Instead of dissipating into the air, it gets sucked into the axe, and the fire just glows a little more in the axe.
Mm.
I just turn around and make my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's Wraith number 1 done. Braxton.
I'm gonna move up to this guy. 1, 2, 3, 5, or whatever. And good old faithful couple of swings.
Yep. Hitting the mess. Roll damage.
Oh, a 17 and a 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's done it. That's,
Yeah.
2 hits.
2 whole hits. I'm kind of done with this guy as well, so I'm going to break out the level 3 smite. One of them.
The big guns shot.
So this is the 2 hits.
Uh-huh.
So that's 13, and then... Oh, 9. It's kind of disappointing, but yeah.
Oh, no.
You say that, but as the sword strikes and the smite is channeled, the kind of burst of light is too much for this wraith that was flickering already, but this divine energy is too much. It can't hold itself in its corporeal incarnation any longer, and like its comrades before it, it dissipates into a cloud, and you find yourself alone in the crypt.
Nice. Without a second thought, I go straight over to the display case.
So, yeah, back to the display cabinet where you can kind of see the clear that you previously wiped, but this hand mirror remains on this velvet cushion. You can see that it's cracked, clearly broken a very long time ago. Roll me a religion.
That's a 4.
You're probably going to have to brush up on your scriptures a little bit, but you suspect this is another one of the artifacts from the lady's time in corporeal form.
Yeah.
So the display case itself
Nice.
isn't actually of very serious construction. It has a very simple latch, kind of clasp mechanism. But it's old, and clearly the ravages of time have set in. So a quick jolt from the hilt of your sword very quickly breaks that, allowing you to open this case.
I grab the mirror.
So, Braxton, as you kind of lift this up to examine it further, you can see that this has been smashed kind of in the center, and the various shards are quite jagged with all the lines spider webbing out to the edge of the frame. But as you kind of hold it up and examine it, you kind of see standing behind you, kind of over your left shoulder, the familiar, fairly lithe form with the ashen hair. A smile so radiant that it would fill your heart with joy if it were not set against such sorrowful eyes.
Hello?
Again, the smile, but as you kind of turn around to see if she's actually there, the reflection disappears.
I take the smile as a good sign. And put the mirror in. Where is the first artifact? Is it in my bag?
Yeah, you'd kept hold of it.
Yeah,
as far as my
good.
understanding was.
So I put it in the bag.
Okay, so you kind of again make sure to carefully wrap it so as none of the shards are going to come loose, and put that alongside the first artifact in your pack.
Nice. I thank you, friends, for your assistance again. This would not be in my possession if I came alone.
How do we use it now?
We take it back to the Bastion of Nurna, and it will be kept there as a religious artifact. No use in the general sense of the word.
Titus is really confused, but he trusts Braxton. So he's just like, oh, okay.
Yes, as a fairly pragmatic individual, I suppose, Titus's ancestor worship didn't really have relics in the sense that, the kind of more established religions of the continent do. But, pragmatic, but not from a lack of spirituality. So I'm sure that's something Titus can understand. So cool. You stash that away then. It looks from the appearance of all the walls that this is the extent of the crypt.
Yeah, once again, nothing spectacular.
It's very similar to the other crypts where you discovered the previous artifact, actually. Very similar architectural patterns.
Mm.
So back up the well, or are you lingering to look anything over?
I think I'd have like a general look at the depictions of Azura to see how they differ from the modern day. But apart from that, nothing too specific.
So some of the sarcophagi do have a few inscriptions, and there are a few standing sculptures. And the depictions are pretty similar to the modern day. There's obviously the kind of artistic difference as sculpture and its art has advanced over the years, but you can kind of get the general impression they were trying to portray, and it is remarkably similar to the visions you've had of her.
Nice. It's reassuring. But yeah, nothing else particularly to look at, so up the well.
Okay. So, Braxton, you kind of lead the way, the others follow. Titus's good thinking with the rope means that when the stairs end, you're not just faced with a sheer stone wall to try and climb, but are able to pull yourself up that. So yeah, you guys find yourself at the top of the well. Gregoire's kind of waiting for you there, fairly not anxiously, but you can tell that he was potentially worrying what you might have encountered down there. You're back in one piece. That's good, but I should have, had a bit more faith, perhaps, in a fellow brother.
It was a tough challenge for sure. I could see why you would doubt anyone going down there.
Yes, not for the faint of heart, no doubt. But I take it you have the artifact.
Yes, it was successfully recovered.
Very well then. I guess that means that my purpose here is fulfilled.
I hope to see you in Nurna one day.
Yes. Perhaps our paths will cross once more. In truth, I do not know if I will make my way there directly, or whether I will wander further afield and see more of the world. But until then, Braxton, farewell, you and your companions.
I'm trying to find his name. Fairly well, Gregard. That was right, right?
Gregoire, but close enough.
Gregoire. Close enough.
So he fetches you your horses, refuses to take any coin as payment for your stay, and it kind of waves you off as you guys get on the road to Caer Emlyn. And that is where we're going to call the session for tonight.
What a nice guy! What a nice guy!
I thought he was a creep. I mean, come on.